This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms. It has a lot of military applications that are already in place, but the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be seen as transformative to society, the answer is yes to both. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
And you have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words and the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct. And so what the prosecutor did Tuesday was he went ahead and filed his counter argument, pushing back on the defense attorney who had asked the judge to dismiss the case.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February 2024. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran. A year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Carbon County Sheriff announced on Wednesday that human remains have been discovered near a well site. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports just who those remains are hasn't been determined.
The remains were found on December 19th near a well site on BLM land, so it's a BLM investigation. The Carbon County Sheriff's Office is deferring to them. The thing that's interesting, though, about Wyoming is that because we're such a sparse population, people remember these missing persons cases. There's a lot of anticipation about the identity of these remains. Who did they belong to and what was the cause of their death?
An investigation is underway after remains were discovered near an oil and gas well site in an undisclosed area of Carbon County, so said Sheriff Alex Backen on Wednesday. A leading missing persons advocate wonders if it may be David Williams, who disappeared 45 years ago. Sublette County opened its first hospital in September and has been burning through cash ever since. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that hospital officials are hoping to get some of the $250 million in federal health care money Wyoming was given this week.
Because Sublette County Hospital is not considered a critical access hospital yet, it still has to go through a lot of permissions and inspections and applications. They're having to burn through cash because they're having to operate more as a general hospital, which means that their staffing is higher than it needs to be. So they're hoping to get a piece of this $205 million to help with their cost of keeping rural healthcare sustainable while they continue to work to get this critical access status.
The community celebrated in September when the almost $74 million medical complex opened in Pinedale, nearly 100 years after the idea of building a medical facility was first broached. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Oh, yeah. Welcome. Good morning. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Yes, Saturdays with Jeff is official. Yes. Finally. Do we have a crowd roar or something? I think we do. Let's see here. Oh, yes, the crowd goes wild. That's all we got. Maybe some laughter? Yes. Oh, man. Good morning. Yes, it is Cowboy State Daily with Jeff. I filled in for Jake around Christmas and also Thanksgiving. If you watched any of those shows, you kind of know what's going on here, right? I like to talk a lot about myself. I like to interact with you, the listener out there. So give me a call, 307-620-8866. Oh, I'm running very low on fuel this morning because last night, it's January. I told you, Christmas December 26th, that maybe we'll do a dry January. So I've been trying it for the last couple days because New Year's Eve, I just got train wrecked. I stayed up till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. My kid kept me up. I didn't think I was doing that bad. But then I woke up on January 1st and I caught my kid's cold. I thought I was just hungover, but I was just completely plugged up. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Jake's screaming at me. Sounding good. Okay, good. Woo. Okay, my levels are all right. He scared me there. So I got up and, yeah, I was completely plugged up. Stuffed up to the gills, could hardly breathe. Just felt like crap all day on New Year's as I sat there and watched, which felt like 18 hours of football. And then yesterday I got up, did my first workout of the year. I could barely breathe riding the bike for 50 minutes. I'm trying to up it, at least 5 minutes. It's a new year. I was doing 45 minutes a day last year. So now I've upped it to kind of 50 minutes on my Peloton. If you listen to the December 26th show, I went through some of my Peloton numbers. I posted them on Facebook a couple days ago. And one of my buddies was like, I worked out for over 19,000 minutes last year. Yeah, 19,000 minutes. And he was like, dude, that's 373 hours or something. Go get a job. It's like, I have a job. I have 2 jobs, but 3 jobs. Whatever. But yeah, so then last night, it's like 10, 10:15. I'm like, I need to go to bed. No one's home. My wife's the only one that's home. I go to bed. She's like, oh, are you already going to bed? I was like, yeah, I got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I started reading my CJ Box book, plugged to CJ. Dark Sky is what I'm reading right now. I'm a few behind, which is another totally story that people either love or hate. But I was reading, and it was around 10:30. My kids all of a sudden show back up at my house at like 11. I was like, what's going on here? Why are they back home? My daughter's boyfriend has been gone on vacation over Christmas. He showed up last night at like 11 o'clock, got back in town, and they're big Stranger Things fans. And she hasn't watched the Christmas episodes or the last episode because she didn't want to watch them without him. Nice girlfriend. So they start watching it last night at like 11:15. And it felt like, it sounded like I was trying to sleep over a movie theater. It was awful. It was so loud. The voices weren't too bad. It was like, so I couldn't really completely hear what they were saying, but you could just hear the voices. But when the music came on, it felt like, the Greek gods were attacking my house, or I was literally in the movie. My floor was shaking. I was like, what is going on here? So I'm trying to be nice, trying not to be the D-bag dad, the old guy going, come on, I got to go to bed. I got to get up in the morning. So I came back into this room around 11:30 because I have a futon behind me. And I laid down on that thing. And it's set up like a couch. I should have laid it down flat because every time I try and lay down on it when it's like a couch, it's so uncomfortable. You can only lay on your one side. I tried laying on my back. That didn't work. For the first like 5 minutes, I couldn't hear Stranger Things. I couldn't hear any of the audio. So I was like, oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to be able to go to sleep. And then it just progressively kept getting worse and worse and louder and louder. And I don't know if it was just me, my brain freaking out, because when you're just getting mad and you're like fixating on something, it just gets worse and worse and worse. It doesn't get better. And that's kind of how it was. So I laid here. I got up at like 12 something. My dog barged in. My St. Bernard barged in around 12:15. I was like, are you kidding me? So I went to the bathroom. Told my wife, I was like, I walked out. She was still sitting there. She had her TV off. I was like, all this noise is coming from the basement? She goes, yeah, you can tell him to turn it down. I was like, yeah, right. Like that's going to happen. So they finally shut it down around 1:30. And this futon behind me, when I went to the bathroom at like 12:30, I was wearing a t-shirt. I was wearing a black t-shirt because it's weird if you lay on that thing without a t-shirt on. That's just kind of a weird texture. But I was just covered in St. Bernard hair. My black shirt was just white. So when I came back in here and laid down for the next half an hour, all it felt like is I was huffing dog hair and getting it in my nose, getting it in my eyes. It was just driving me nuts. So there was no way, I don't need the Christmas image. There was no way I was going back to sleep. I fought and fought and fought. Finally, they shut her down around 1:15, 1:30. I went back into bed and fell asleep. Ugh. And then 4:30 this morning, I don't know why I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep. I was like, I might as well just get up because then I'm just going to sit here and think about the show, think about everything else. So I'm here. I'm here under the weather. Doesn't matter. Nothing is stopping me from my first show, my first real show with my name on the marquee. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. How are you feeling? This cold's been going around everywhere. I'm just trying not to sneeze. I'm trying not to sit here and do the show with Kleenex up my nose. But it might happen. I might have to blow my nose, mid-show a few times here. We've got a big show coming up here in about 5-8 minutes or so. We're going to be chatting with Victor Flores. He's the Montana State Bobcat beat writer. as MSU takes on Illinois State Monday night in the FCS championship game in Nashville. I think Victor's already in Nashville. Shock rock band from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Castor Valor, is going to be on the show in the 7 o'clock hour. We have my buddy Brett McCoy, huge Wyoming Cowboy fan, Wyoming Cowboy football season ticket holder. We're going to chat with him about the state of Wyoming Cowboy football, the portal, people chatting on Pokes Nation. He's got some good takes on that. And then coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be chatting with singer-songwriter Dugan Irby. He is playing tonight at the Weill Theater, a big homecoming show here in town. The big news yesterday, if you went to our website, cowboystatedaily.com, well, there was a couple different stories. But the big one that caught my eye is Reed Rasner, who we kind of thought he was going to be running for governor. No, he says, I am not running for governor. Yeah, he told Cowboy State Daily yesterday in a text message. He says, stay tuned for news next week. The best is yet to come, Rasner added. The comments emerged during an interview about Rasner's campaign finance account, which he established under the office of governor. He never officially announced a run for governor, however. The report says Rasner's governor's account raised, spent, and has a balance of $0. So I guess he's starting over. He terminated that account yesterday, the same day he filed the financial report pertaining to it. So he was advertising, but he was running ads that never really said what he was doing. It was just a generic campaign ad that was just, saying how he's a fourth-generation Wyomingite, a trusted leader, yada, 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 all the great catchphrases. He ran unsuccessfully in 2024 for the U.S. Senate seat, lost out to Republican incumbent Senator John Barrasso. So what's he going to do now? Everyone thought he was going to be running for governor. That's not the case. So is it the House? What? Right now, who's throwing their hat in to the governor race? Let's see here. Joseph Kibler also declared for the office as a Republican, but has since announced he's leaving the party to run as an independent. Brett Bean, whom Gordon defeated in 2022, he's announced his run for office in 2026. Mark Gordon, he's reached his two-term limit, but there's always this weird catch that he could reverse that and run for a third term if he wants to. Let's see here. State Senator Eric Barlow out of Gillette. He declared his run for governor's seat in August, filed a December 31st report showing that he has over $391,000 in campaign funds. They said that he's raised more than $500,000. He's on pace for one of the biggest fundraising efforts ever in the state of Wyoming. I think they were saying, well, Reed has nothing. Mark Gordon, he was showing a $47,962 balance in his campaign funds. Brett Bean has $11,000. And then Barlow's got over $391,000. That's insane. I guess he's ready. Wow. I saw this clip yesterday. This was pretty funny. Broncos head coach Sean Payton on New Year's Eve. Here, where's my play button here? There it is. It's over on the screen here.
But do you have an extra message for your players because it is New Year's Eve tonight?
I didn't know it was New Year's Eve. The most overrated holiday, honestly.
We said that today.
Like, seriously. I didn't know it was New Year's Eve, and so.
Is that something you had to tell your guys in New Orleans because it is party central?
Not the good teams. Not the good teams. And I do find what's interesting as we get older and you're coaching younger players, these guys are much more in tune to their bodies, today's generation doesn't drink as much. They're in tune to their sleep. This time, here we are finishing. I can think of maybe one player fine, late to a meeting maybe, where normally, 8 years ago there'd be 15 and so. But I'm glad you reminded me. I don't know that I'm going to call an emergency team meeting, but they've handled all this stuff, tremendously.
Broncos head coach Sean Payton. That's funny. I didn't even know it was New Year's Eve. The most overrated holiday, honestly, is what he says. I don't know about that, coach. Come on. It is funny, though, that he said that this generation of athletes, it's just this generation. They don't drink as much as we did back in the day. That's for sure. Well, Victor Flores has entered the Zoom room, so let's take a quick time out here, and we will chat with Montana State Bobcat beat writer. He is in Nashville, which I'm pretty sure he's in Nashville right now. We'll chat with him, get a preview of Monday's FCS championship game. That is coming up next.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. It's Saturday. Yes, Saturday, January 3rd. How was your New Year's Eve? Well, Victor Flores is the Montana State Bobcats beat writer for 406 Montana Sports. He graduated from the University of Oregon in 2014 with a BA in journalism. He's been living in Bozeman since 2021. He's in Nashville getting ready for Monday night's big game, and he is in our Zoom room right now. Hopefully, let's make sure Victor can hear us there. Victor, can you hear us?
I can.
Great. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show. But wow, last year, the Bobcats were dogs to North Dakota State. They lost by 3. This year, they're 10-point favorites. How's the vibe different this year with the team?
Yeah, and, a lot of people thought they could win last year for sure. And I think, many picked them, but it was still North Dakota State, and there was still kind of that big, I don't know, mountain to get over. And I think just a different team this year, like you said, an underdog, the team that was more up and down. I think that's going to be a little bit, it maybe just makes the fans at least a little more confident. But I think from the team, I just think they learned from last year, some mistakes they made, maybe a little lack of focus is something many players or multiple players have talked about with coaches and players, being out the door or getting contacted from FBS programs too. So that affected them. But I think they're just a little bit more confidence, a little bit more, just learning from a game that they felt like they should have won, considering especially how slow they started, and they still made it a game.
Yeah, it was an excellent game. And this year, Illinois State, the first team to win 4 road games on the way to the championship. They've never won a title. Is this a team of destiny?
Yeah, I mean, that's, if they win, I think we'll have to say they are. And, it's, I don't know. I mean, there are teams that go on runs and don't necessarily complete it. So I won't go predicting that just yet. But when you can knock out North Dakota State with 5 interceptions and the punt return touchdown, there was a pick 6, like just even being in that game was a miracle. And then they win it, and it's like they just might have a horseshoe, with them that is propelling them to win. So nothing would shock me with them by any means.
Yeah. And Illinois State running back, this Victor Dawson, this guy's a beast. He's rushed for a career high, all over 137 yards in each of the last 3 playoff games. And this guy, just watching him, he just wears you down coming up in the second half and the fourth quarter, Victor.
Yeah, I haven't gotten, much of a chance to watch him, but I like his name, that's for sure. And he's, but yeah, from everything you can see from him and hear about him, I mean, he's a load. And, was just talking with Montana State defense coordinator Sean Howe the other day. And yeah, he's like that. Their offensive line is big and strong and good. And he's a load. And Victor Dawson talking about it, and they just want to run it down the middle and make you stop it. So I think that's going to be a tough task for any defense to stop for sure.
Yeah, we're chatting with Victor Flores. He's the Montana State Bobcat beat writer here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. It's Monday's FCS championship game. You can check him out at 406 Montana Sports. And Illinois, they have their own version of Touchdown Tommy this year. They've got this Tommy Rittenhouse. Tell us a little bit about him, Victor.
Yeah, senior. He's been with the program for quite a while. Mobile, dual threat type of quarterback. He's just extremely, and like they've liked his improved accuracy too. So the coaches have talked about just, and the radio guy over there too, talk about just him maybe being more of a runner early on, but really improving his becoming a dual threat in many ways. And and then he has Daniel Sopkowitz, a huge target who's caught 18 touchdown passes this year. So yeah, he's got some weapons around him, but from all accounts, yeah, he can kind of do it all for them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Dawson, the running back, but you just said it, the Subkowitz, and also Luke Maylander. He's earned the Freshman of the Year honors for their conference. So, yeah, I mean, this guy's got weapons all over the place. It seemed like last week, though, Villanova was able to kind of throw it downfield against the Redbirds. They hit a lot of bombs way down the field.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing the Bobcats, I mean, they haven't done a ton of this year. So it'll be interesting if they can maybe take advantage of that too, because they've been a little bit more, not dink and dunk, but more intermediate passes, I'd say, kind of, hitting all different quadrants. But, and they've had certainly some downfield throws this year, but they are more of a kind of, take what the defense gives you and move the chains type of team. So if Illinois State shows some weaknesses, they can certainly exploit them if they want.
Yeah, might see some big highlights out of Taco coming up on Monday, so that'd be great. Big Sky Defensive Player of the Year, Caden Dowler, He had 5 games, 5 picks in a row. He went down in the semifinal. What's his status for Monday?
Yeah, Brent Vegan said, there's a good chance he'll play. We're in a little bit here. We're going to talk to some of the players for media day, and he's one of them, which I think is a good sign. They don't usually make people available if they're not going to play. So it might be a gamesmanship thing too. With the national title game, they don't want to show their hand that he's not playing, but he doesn't look like he's banged up from everything I've seen since, or doesn't look anything like it's anything super crazy. But you never know. I mean, it's just because he's not in a walking boot or a brace or whatever, a sling. He doesn't mean he's not hurt. So it's a little up in the air. But again, Brent Vegan said, there's a good chance he'll play, and he's going to try everything he can to play.
Yeah. Justin Lamson, the quarterback for the Bobcats, transfer from Stanford. I mean, he had big shoes to fill last year coming in for Tommy Mellott. Has he been everything you thought he was going to be? He started a little slow, but boy, he's been on fire the last 11 games. No? We lose Victor?
I can hear you.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was talking about Bobcat quarterback Lamson. I mean, he transferred from Stanford. His first 3 games were a little slow, but he's been on fire in the last 11 games. Has he done everything you thought he would coming in this year?
Oh, even more than everything I thought. I mean, he's been really, and it's funny, he's not maybe as impressive as Mellott. He's certainly not as good of a runner. Nobody is really.
No.
But he's just so steady. And I think that's the key thing is he's just been extremely confident. Played with a ton of confidence. He went into Missoula, their rival, and was able to just complete 90% of his passes. I mean, it was really incredible to watch it, but he's cool, collected, kind of makes the right decision, seems like all the time. His offensive coordinator, Pete Cervic, mentioned that the long touchdown pass to Taco Dowler in this last game against Montana in the semifinal game, he was like, I didn't think it was going to be an interception or an incomplete pass because I just trust Justin to make the right play. And that's just what he's done all season. So, yeah, and the ability to scramble for yards, too. I mean, he just, like Rittenhouse, I think it's just like if you have him bottled up, if you make him have to tuck it, he could still run the ball. So yeah, it's been pretty amazing. And big shoes to fill, and he's more than filled them at this point.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're chatting with Victor Flores, the Montana State Bobcat beat writer. We're previewing Monday's FCS championship game in Nashville. The Bobcats have averaged 43 points per game in the last 11 contests. The defense has given up just 13.9 per game in the last 13 games. This defense doesn't get as much credit as they deserve, I think. Victor, what do you think?
I think those who know give them the credit they deserve for sure. Us who cover the team, I think we at least try to. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe they haven't been as shut down as they were when they were facing some worse offenses. But they've been really bend don't break. They've been really keeping everything in front of them. I mean, I think they're not super sexy. Is maybe part of the issue is that they don't have a million sacks. They do have quite a bit of interceptions, as you mentioned with Dowler.
Yeah,
but they are kind of just base, rush with 4, get some pressure, get 3s and outs. It's just very steady, kind of like Lamson, and very, not super crazy, showy by any means. But yeah, they are. I mean, as good of a defense up there, as good of a defense as I've seen in my 5 years covering Montana State.
Yeah, they're impressive. Nashville, have we been there before, Victor? How's it looking?
No, I mean, this is the first time ever in Nashville for the FCS title game. They did go to Chattanooga, so they've been nearby, but not in a while. I was in Frisco, Texas before this, so just got here basically yesterday, late Thursday night, and haven't had a ton of chances to explore the whole town, but got some hot chicken already, so that was already a win from my standpoint, and it's a very cool downtown. I'm excited to maybe check it out a little bit more if I can get some windows here to outside of work. But No, it's a beautiful town. I've liked what I've seen so far. Obviously, music and uh, tourists. There's just a lot of things going on for people who are visiting beyond the game. So, we'll see if it's a perfect host. But it still kind of remains to be seen. But the stadium looks really good, Vanderbilt Stadium. So, I think I think it's been awesome so far, and I think it's okay. Speaking of sexy, I think it's a little sexier than Frisco. No offense to Frisco, but Nashville is one of a kind for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been there, and it's still early. Have we seen a lot of Bobcat fans?
Oh yeah. It's and other people who have kind of been around to some of the bars. Again, I was working all late last night, so I didn't get a chance to. But a lot of people have been like, man, there's Bobcat fans everywhere you look at these bars. There's, I was at a hotel and saw a bunch coming through. A lot of flights that people were taking. Like, man, they're just Bobcat fans everywhere. So yeah, I think the combination of knowing that they have a really good chance to win the title, just being a really good fan base and passionate fan base, plus Nashville, plus a place that people want to go to anyway. I think that all is going to be a really good crowd on Monday. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah. How's the weather? Is it supposed to be nice?
It feels like Bozeman right now. It's about 30, 35 or so. Pretty cold, but yeah, it's going to get up to 60 by Monday from what I've seen. So it shouldn't be bad at all. It'll definitely winter, but 50s, 40, maybe 40s a little bit, but really kind of around 50 and then getting up to 60. So I think, we're all of us Montana people. And as you know, out there in Wyoming too, this is definitely balmy weather comparatively.
No, exactly. Yeah. If it's over 50, if it's over 44, we're doing good. So that's good. Before I let you go, Victor, I have to ask you about a couple Sheridan Wyoming kids. Dane Steele, Colson Kuhn. Dane's been getting some playing time on the field. Colson, well, he's behind Davis and Jones at the running back. How do the futures look for these two kids?
Oh, I mean, Dane has been a breakout star, really. I mean, he's been one of their best receivers this year, probably behind Taco. He might be the best. So he's been just incredible. I mean, and I love his toughness and his tackle breaking ability. He never seems to go down after the first hit, which has been really impressive. But good route runner, can make tough catches. I mean, he's going to be, I think, one of the best receivers in the Big Sky if he continues on this trajectory. And his brother Brock too, I think. Coming back from injury, switching positions from safety to linebacker. He's looked good in a backup role and on special teams especially. So both of them and Colson have been incredibly good on special teams, which has been key as well. And Colson, he's maybe been the third best running back. Again, like you said, Jones and Davis have carried the load, the vast majority of the load. But Colson Kuhn, I think, is show that if one of them went down or couldn't go, he could more than fill in. And again, special teams, he's been excellent too. So yeah, I've been really impressed with all three of them.
Yeah. Montana State favored by 10. Are we thinking this is going to be closer than the odds makers are predicting? What are we thinking, Victor?
I think I predicted about a 10-point win for Montana State. I mean, not that that's any scientific method I use, but I think, and even that, I'm like, I don't know exactly how this is going to go. I could see this going, Montana State's in control the whole way, give up a late touchdown to make it look closer than it was. I could see it being close the whole way. They score late to pull away a little bit. So I think it'll be competitive for most of it. But again, I wouldn't be really surprised by any result. I guess Illinois State blowing them out would be a shock, but otherwise, like anything, I think is on the table, and that's what's fun. I mean, until Montana State does it, I think it's fans and us who cover them, we don't really know. And last year, we at least thought it was going to be a close game the whole way, and it was 21-3 at halftime, North Dakota State, and that was not what any of us expected, especially with that offense. So I think we do need to see them perform before we can feel comfortable with any prediction. But I have a good feeling that this team is gonna play a lot better, at least early on than last year.
Yeah, this is the year without North Dakota State in the mix. I mean, there's always nerves. It's a national championship game, and then you got to feel each other out a little bit. Montana State was up 20-3 last week. Montana came storming back, and then they took control again late. The big play by Taco that just blew the place up. Yeah, I mean, I just think we're going to get a great game come Monday night. And the good thing is there's nothing else on. This is going to be, a nationally televised game on ESPN. This is great for both of these schools.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, it's. I thought that was great last year. The first time I think it had ever been on Monday night, and just that really cool atmosphere. I think it's a good time. I mean, from the TV standpoint, yeah, it's awesome. But I think it's going to be a good showcase, and I think if the stadium could get pretty close to full, it's about 35,000 capacity. I don't think they're going to fill the whole thing by any means, but if they can get 20,000 plus and really pack that place in, it could be a really cool environment. And again, I think it's a great story with, a team that lost a lot from last year, but has been arguably the best team in the FCS this year. And then Illinois State, the Giant Killers, the team that knocked out North Dakota State, the defending champ, and has been on the Cinderella run. If they win, it would be probably the biggest Cinderella story in FCS championship history. So whatever the outcome is, however the game goes, it'll be a really good story. So I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah. Has this been your favorite year so far covering the Bobcats?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, last year was pretty special, but I think this has to be just because they played Montana twice, which has never happened. So I got to see the first playoff Brawl of the Wild ever, which that alone, and then the atmosphere and how that game went was, lived up to the hype. So I think the fact that Montana was the number 3 team in the country helped make this season really, really fun. But no, 2021 also was I mean, that I don't know if that was fun just because it was so crazy, and it was my first year on the beat, and they went to the national championship game with a freshman quarterback when they were the 8th seed and nobody was really expecting them to. So that was kind of just a whirlwind for me, but that was a ton of fun, and that was a great way to get my beat career started with the Bobcats. So I don't know, they're all great for different reasons, but this one has been a ton of fun, no doubt.
Yeah, well, hopefully you cap it off celebrating Monday night with a Bobcat victory. Victor Flores, thanks so much. Have a great time in Nashville and safe travels, buddy.
Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
There he is, Victor Flores, the Montana State Bobcat beat writer. He's in Nashville as they will take on the Redbirds from Illinois State coming up at 5:30 Monday night on ESPN. We'll be right back right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Oh, yes. We're having too much fun right here on Cowboy State Daily. Saturdays with Jeff. Yes, 6 until 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Give me a shout. 307-620-8866. What do you think is going to happen Monday night? Montana State, Illinois State in Nashville. I'm glad they're letting them play in Nashville. Last year it was Frisco, Texas. I think it was in Chattanooga a couple years ago. But yeah, Vanderbilt Stadium in Nashville should be rocking. Let's see. Can I shut off my Zoom for now? I think so. I don't think I have another Zoom for a little while, so we'll shut that off. But yes, let me make sure my phone is up. You can also text 307-620-8866. Your browser might prevent calls from ringing. Here we go again. Let's see. We've got some breaking news in the world right now. Oh, no. It's working. Okay, I can hear it ring, so give me a call. 307-620-8866. Man, let's see. The United States has captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. His wife was also captured after large-scale strikes. This comes as the U.S. military has been targeting, in recent days, alleged drug smuggling boats. The leader is going to face criminal charges in the U.S. after his capture. Trump had a $50 million bounty on his head. Wow. So that happened overnight. We'll see what happens with that here coming up. Let's see. Do I have a clip to play? I played that one last week. Here's an interesting one.
And let me say something about Senator Graham. There will be news coming out in the next couple of months about how he has profited financially off of money that came out of Ukraine, laundered through Latvia, and made its way into his bank account. And we're talking significant amounts of money. Department of Justice is looking at it.
All right, those are serious allegations leveled by former CIA officer Larry Johnson. We shall see.
Yeah, serious allegations. Bank account records show Senator Lindsey Graham is laundering money from the Ukraine back into his personal bank accounts. CIA officer says it's significant amounts of money being laundered back to Senator Lindsey Graham. How much fraud is going on out there? It's ridiculous. I mean, in Minnesota, it's insane. And then I saw where they had some new mayor of Seattle. She was getting questioned about the same thing going on in Washington. Just like, man, what is going on? It's insanity. Why aren't my clips all there? I'll figure it out. Oh, I have 2 dogs and 2 cats. It seems like all I do in life is pick up poop. You know that? It seems like every other day it's the litter box. And yesterday, I've been slacking. You know, it's my own fault. But yesterday I went out and picked up all the dog poo that was out in the yard. And yeah, I know I've been slacking. It's been a couple weeks, but just ridiculous. I have a St. Bernard and a Yorkie. So one of them has little tiny turds that almost just, disintegrate after a week. The other one's got huge, massive turds that don't ever disintegrate. They just either get hard or mushy or, start petrifying after a couple weeks, get dried out. I picked up almost 3 sacks, almost 3 Walmart bags of dog poo yesterday. It's just so disgusting. And the way I do it is even worse. I just put on, latex gloves, rubber gloves, whatever we have, the disposable gloves, because it's easier. If I go out there with a shovel, it takes me forever. But the turds are so big that you can just pick them up with your hand, throw them in the bag. Yeah, almost 3 sacks. I wish I would have weighed it. It was insanity. I was like, man, how long has it been? I thought it's only been 2 weeks since I've been out here. I think I was going to do it like a week or so ago, but then it snowed. So I waited. I mean, the only good thing is my St. Bernard, she just goes around the edges of my yard. And I have not a small yard. I have a pretty decent sized yard. So she goes all around like the back half, and there's like a strip on the side that she goes. It's just like, it's in one area. It's away from everything else. It's just kind of nice. But, oh man, it was nice yesterday. It's supposed to even be even better today and tomorrow. I'm not a weather guy. I don't like to sit here and run down the weather stats. Today in Sheridan says 52. Tomorrow, 55 the high. Which is good because I had something else happen to me. I'll tell you about that coming up here in the next couple hours of the show. Are your Christmas decorations down yet? You going to do it this weekend? I'm trying to look here. Maybe they took them down. I don't see the lights on. Oh, no, I still see some candy canes in the yard. I think all my neighbors still have their Christmas decorations up. We took everything down December 27th. I told you on Christmas Eve or December 26th that my Christmas tree was stinking because of the water. And it really, I'm surprised it didn't come down the 26th. The only reason it probably didn't is because I did the show that morning and didn't feel like it the rest of the day. So it came down the very next day on December 27th. The Christmas just got completely wiped out of our house. No more decorations. Tree was down. Everything was done. It's like, oh, Christmas is over for 2025 in the Rickett household. Are your decorations still up? How long are you going to keep them up? I remember my mother-in-law, she used to keep her stuff up till like Valentine's Day. I was like, man, we called her Noonie. Rest in peace, Noonie. But yeah, she loved Christmas. She had a fake tree, so it didn't matter. She'd leave that thing up till Valentine's Day. I just love the Christmas tree. Like, Coming up next hour, we're going to talk with Minneapolis, Minnesota shock rock band Castor Velour. Now, it's Castor Voller. I always get their name wrong. The Paracosm is their brand new album. It is out now. It's a couple brothers. You can go check them out at CastorVolor.com. But, an up-and-coming band hailing from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a great interview. There are a couple of characters. Alex and Steven, they are brothers. Alex is the lead vocalist. Steven's the guitarist. They have a drummer and a rhythm guitarist, but no bass player. We'll ask them about that coming up here in the second hour of the show. Let's see where we were going. Oh, yeah, this is the question of the day. Hold on, I'm going to sneeze. There's my dump button. Question of the day. I do have my jar of Vicks Vapor Rub I'm going to lather on me here coming up. The NCAA college football playoff games. The second round that took place on Friday. Or no, on Thursday, on New Year's Day. That second round in the last 2 years, the higher seed is 1-7. That's because the higher seeds all got a first round bye. So the other teams played a game, usually at home, and then they go to a bowl game and play a higher seed in the second round. Well, should the higher seeds with the first round bye, should they get a home game? Should we scrap the bowl games and let them play at home? Because this is ridiculous. They are 1-7 in the last 2 years. What are your thoughts on that? 307-620-8866. I had a clip last night. Let me see if I can find it here real fast. I didn't record it. It was Joel Klatt talking about something about one of the coaches said just that yes, after the last 2 years, we need to scrap the bowl games and okay, here we go. Okay, that's not it. All right, here we go. Format on the college football playoffs. Let's see here. Let me share my screen so you can see this. Here's Joel Klatt talking about it.
The top 4 seeds in last year's playoff and this year's playoff are a combined 1-7 so far in this playoff. 1-7. Now, there are a lot of reasons to that, but I think the main reason is that we continue to play the quarterfinals on neutral sites. And Dan Lanning, after the Orange Bowl, went right in on that exact point. Here was Dan Lanning after the game.
Playoff, in my opinion, should have been played in Lubbock, Texas. I said that before. That's not because we wanted to go play in Lubbock. I certainly didn't. I'm glad we played here in Miami, and it was good prep for us. But, last year, very similar situation for us. I feel like that game should have been played in Eugene. And there's a lot of people that do playoffs. I feel like the playoffs have looked a certain way for a long time. We're trying to serve 2 purposes here. And the amount of time in between games, obviously, is tough for teams. We experienced it last year.
Yes. Yes. Everything he said is right. Everything that he said is dead on. We are trying to serve 2 purposes here. We can't serve the purpose of bowl season and do a playoff at the same time. We should play the playoff through December, and we should be ending by January 1st. We should be ending with the Rose Bowl. That should be the tentpole event for college football. I've said it for a long time. This version of the college football playoff and everybody that has made the decisions necessary to create what we have right now, they have made the wrong decision almost every single turn.
Shocking. The higher-ups making wrong decisions? Come on. I totally agree with him, though. I mean, it's cool to play these bowl games, but boy, it is a complete disadvantage for these higher seeds in the quarterfinals that have worked their butts off to get these seeds, and then they have to go to, New Orleans, where else was it at? Miami. It's crazy. First you get a long layoff, and then you got the travel when it would be much better for them to play it at home. You get the same result. You're going to have a packed stadium. You're going to have a great atmosphere, and maybe the higher seed won't be 1-7 after the first 2 years. Yeah, Indiana, the only team. And that's because, talk about a team of destiny, Indiana is that team this year. It's insane how good those guys are. After 2 years, it gives Wyoming Cowboys some hope. That's for sure. Because that's all us Wyoming Cowboy fans have is hope. Every year. Oh, next year. So what do you think? 307-620-8866. We're about to the top of the hour. Coming up next hour, Castor Voller are going to be on. Alex and Steven. Then coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to be chatting with Brett McCoy about Wyoming Cowboy football, the state of Wyoming Cowboy football, the portal, and everything else. If Wyoming should step down to FCS or That's just complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense, but we'll chat about that and more. But and then in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have Dugan Irby. He's a singer-songwriter right here from Sheridan, Wyoming. He's been down in Colorado crafting a brand new album. He is playing tonight at the Weill Theater. There's about 50, 60 tickets left. They opened up more seats a couple days ago. So get out. Support Dugan. Support live music. We're going to have Dugan Irby coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. News coming up next. Give me a call, 307-620-8866.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. It's estimated 25 to 35% of Wyoming's forests are now dominated by ghost forests, standing dead timber from beetle epidemics and disease. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that researchers are saying it's time to start paying attention to limber pine before it follows the white bark into crisis.
Some of the samples were taken from trees in Wyoming, and basically they found that some limber pine have a genetic resistance. They have a gene that repels this rust fungus that causes this rust condition. But they've also found that there's some strains of this fungus that can overcome this genetic defense. And so it's a tough time to be a limber pine. There's a couple of famous limber pines actually in Wyoming. There was one near Grand Teton National Park that was iconic, and then there's one on the highway between Laramie and Cheyenne that is growing out of a rock.
Limber pines can live 2,000 years or more and survive where almost nothing else will, clinging to windswept ridges and rocky outcrops. People who shoot prairie dogs in Colorado should have to pick up the lead-riddled carcasses. So says a group calling for more regulation of hunting the rodents. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the group, Grasslands Colorado, is saying that hunting also leads to other wildlife getting lead poisoning.
They see it, people are coming on there and just mowing the prairie dogs down. They think it's actually gotten to the point where it threatens the prairie dog population, number one. And number two, they're worried about lead, like if bullets fragment inside prairie dogs and then a hawk or a coyote or whatever, badger comes along and eats the carcass, that animal's going to get, a secondary case of lead poisoning. So there's concern about that. What this group is calling for is saying, you know what, if people are going to shoot prairie dogs, they should at least be obligated to go collect the carcasses afterwards. And that would be unprecedented because the long-standing tradition is you shoot prairie dogs, you just leave them out there.
The group claims that recreational shooters kill so many prairie dogs on the Comanche National Grassland in southeastern Colorado that they're pushing the animals' colonies to the verge of extinction. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran, a year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms. It has a lot of military applications that are already in place, but the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be as transformative to society as the internet, the answer, he says, to both is yes. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
And you have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words and the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February of 2024. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
.06 on your Saturday, January 3rd. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Saturday is with Jeff. First Saturday here. Well, I filled in a couple months ago for the Saturday guy. But now it's mine. Now it's me every Saturday. So, yes, you can email me, jeff@cowboystatedaily.com. I figured out my email. So you can email me, jeff@cowboystatedaily.com. You can also call the show. 307-620-8866. You can also text the show. We did get a text. It said, good morning, Jeff. Traditionally, Christmas trees were taken down on Epiphany Sunday or on Feast of St. Blasi, which is around February 2nd. So your grandma was in tune with leaving hers up. Happy New Year. And she was probably right because she was a very religious woman, and she probably knew that. But what do I know? that could be easily debated at any time. Let's head to our interview, or try to anyway. Castor Voller, hailing from Minneapolis, Minnesota, they're a shock rock force that delivers a ferocious blend of hard rock and heavy metal. I chatted with him a couple weeks ago because I was going to run this on Christmas Eve, but we had such packed shows that I couldn't get to it. But this is a fun interview with these guys. Great guys. They sent a real nice note after the interview was over. So we'll hope all goes well here with our interview. Here we go. We love featuring artists you should know about, and this one's even been celebrating the spirit of Christmas. Minneapolis, Minnesota rock stars. Castor Velour is a shock rock force that delivers a ferocious blend of hard rock and heavy metal wrapped in a theatrical spectacle unlike anything else on the touring world today. Their latest album, Paracosm, is out now with the lead single, At Least We Still Got Our Rock and Roll. Thank God we still got our rock and roll, fellas. We're excited to have vocalist Alexander Castor Velour and guitarist Stephen Velour on the show. Thanks, guys, so much for coming on.
Thank you for having us, man. Great intro. Love it.
Well, wow. Well, first, congrats on the album. It's amazing. And your guys' stuff keeps getting better. So that's always a plus when I was looking into your old stuff. But you two are brothers, right?
Yep. Correct.
So whose dream was to start a band? How did this thing get going?
Definitely this guy.
That
He's
was
the dreamer for sure.
that was me. That's my fault.
Yeah.
Um,
I never even knew about being a musician. He forced me into it.
I did. I made him play the guitar because I couldn't do it. I got it. I got a guitar.
Tried it out for a few weeks.
No, it was more than a few weeks. I gave it like a month or two.
Yeah, I can never remember. We've talked about this a lot of times.
Yeah. The point is, I tried to play it. I wasn't very good, and I made him try it because I wanted to sing some lyrics that I wrote over the riffs that I wrote,
Mm-hmm.
and I couldn't do them at the same time. So I'm like, "Hey, can you play this? It's really not that hard." And it really wasn't that hard. He did a really good job, and that's when I was like, maybe that's not for me.
Mm-hmm.
So then I just resulted to become a singer. I'm like, I'm gonna have to sing now. And then
Well, I mean, were you like 12 or when was this?
I was like 16, 17.
So I was like 13.
Yeah, we're 4 years apart, so
something
like that.
Yeah, that's my brother. Same thing. He's the older one. And he probably would have done the same thing to me. I can't play this stupid thing here. You figure it out. So, well, Alex, I mean, so writing lyrics has always been your MO.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, that's actually how I like really got into music is like I kind of like one day I just wanted to start writing my own lyrics after like I started getting into like heavy metal. Like I started listening to Slipknot and System of a Down, Marilyn Manson, those kinds of bands. And I'm like, I like the words, like what they're saying. Like I wanna write some of that too. So I started writing my own lyrics, kind of just like if something like popped into my head and like it was all garbage. It was not good.
Yeah,
But like
similar style. Like it was
but
very heavy, kind of grotesque, Rob Zombie type writing.
well, I started to really enjoy what I could do with words, like what kind of images I could like create by formulating sentences.
Right.
Yeah, it's just like, and then like how to like rhyme words, like you could do like exact rhymes, or you could do like near rhymes, or not rhyme at all, and I enjoyed that, and so I started to dabble with that, but then I'm like, well, I should make some kind of music now. So that's when I talked to my parents. I'm like, hey, for my birthday, can I get a guitar? So they bought me a starter guitar set, and that's when I started to write some riffs and try to put the lyrics over it. And then I gave it to Steve, and he did
I
it.
started playing.
He did it better,
I loved it.
and and then after that, I could like strictly focus on writing lyrics and my new mission, which is to learn how to sing.
Yep.
So,
and then we just started putting together music. We were always an original band.
Yeah.
We never learned cover songs.
It took a while for us to do our first cover, and
you did it backwards from the rest of everybody else. Yeah.
Right. I mean, like as a guitar player, I was learning other people's music just to see how the hell do you write a song? Like, how do notes come together and make music? Because nobody taught me. I just learned through, first learning how to tune the guitar from the starter video that came
there's a DVD
in that pack, and then just watching YouTube videos and learning tabs, and eventually, of course, learning some music theory and whatnot. But yeah, it was just writing our own stuff from the beginning.
We just really wanted to be like our heroes, like that's why we did all of this. Like we didn't want to, be a cover band. We wanted to write our own stuff, like from day one. But then I think it was like a year later, we actually did a real cover. We learned "Breaking the Law."
Oh yeah,
it was "Breaking the Law" by Judas Priest, and that was our first cover that we.
And that stayed with us forever.
Right, we still do it.
Man, we just love Priest. And what's funny too, though, is that you talking about like some of the songs we wrote when we first started, they were so much heavier. We've kind of come full circle. Like we changed our style to more like a hard rock, glam rock type style. And now with this new album, Paracosm, our music has just gotten a lot heavier. So we're kind of back to the beginning, but with a lot more talent and musical ability.
Yes.
So
talent.
So it's really funny.
But it also has a lot to do with like the time, like what started to like happen. Like a lot of Paracosm was written during COVID, and COVID was it was a dark time. It was a scary time. So the songs kind of took that on a bit.
Yep. So we got what 3 songs off the album that were written in 2020.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, when did Black Leather Middle Finger come about?
So that is actually
That's a classic.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
It came about because I was driving in the wintertime, and like I'm just driving my car, and this guy cuts me off really rudely, and I get upset. So then I pull up next to him and I flip him off, and I was wearing black leather gloves, and I was like, wow, like. And like and it was almost I sounds like really cheesy and stupid, kind of like in a movie. But like I just looked at my hand with the black leather middle finger, and I'm giving this guy the finger, and I'm angry, and I'm like, this is a cool concept, you know, like Judas Priest, you know, hell bent for leather. Like I'm like I think I could write a song about this, and
it became one of our most popular songs. But
it's a good concept that I think everyone can relate to.
Yeah.
You know, everyone has someone they don't like. And
it's a lot more than that. You know, it talks about, you know, be who yourself, dress how you want to dress, look how you want to look, be how you want to be. And if someone's going to tell you not to do that, fuck off.
Yeah, that's the concept that I wrote it from, was because this is like early 2010s.
See, I was trying to remember when we first played it.
It's
Because we released it in 2018. It's off the first album, A Prelude to the Freak Show.
Yeah, so this is we want to re-record it because we wanted to show the growth that we've had.
Kind of like you just said earlier, with how much the music has changed from the beginning to now.
And yeah, so like at that time, you know, we're trying to do our music thing, and we're getting a lot of hate because of the way we look. You know, like we like to wear leather and makeup and you know, like all of our heroes. Like we want to look like Motley Crue, we want to look like Alice Cooper, we want to look like Kiss. And the scene in Minnesota was not having it. They were constantly harassing us.
And we're still like kids. I mean,
no, I mean,
I was 13.
No, like we were super young. Like really, it's not okay to be harassing.
A 40-year-old guy emailing us terrible slurs that you couldn't say today.
Yeah,
but we grew up with that, you know. That's all right.
It makes us stronger.
That's right.
Yeah,
like
exactly. It made your skin a lot thicker. That's for sure. Well, to look, if you go to their website, it's Castor. It's VOLOR.com. To their video section, my rock and roll dream video. I love this video, guys, because this is totally the up and coming band. It's got shots of them playing all over the place. You're playing it like we even have the park here in Sheridan, Wyoming, where it has like the levels of, you know, people can sit at. You're playing there. It's just it's incredible. And this is all. I mean, was this? Because you guys are playing, who's filming all this? Is it your folks? Where'd you get all the footage?
Well, the footage where we're really young, because there's like footage from like our second and third concerts.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's like our dad filming.
Our dad did a lot of that, and then it's just like friends, family, fans. And we just
sometimes we set up a camera. If the camera's not moving, that's because we set it up somewhere.
Stationary.
You know? But yeah, we just collected all this footage over the years, and we're like, let's do a compilation of like us growing up, and we kind of try to put it in that order where it's like the earliest concert and like to whatever's happening now. And actually, like when I watch it, like, you know, you get a lot of memories. You're like, oh man, I remember this show. I remember this show. You know, and like what happened before or after, or even during. Like, you know, there's always something going on.
Yeah, it's great. You got to go watch it, because then you do the album release show at the Skyway, which you guys have played before. But I like the posts on your Facebook. It's like, we've seen so many bands here, and now we're playing here. What was it like the first time when you walked on the stage as a performer at the Skyway?
Was that when we did because we did our first album release also at Skyway,
Yeah.
And I think that might have been the first time. But yeah, that
And then
was.
after that, we played a few shows, and we opened for some, pretty
Yeah, because we opened for Flaw
good sized,
when we were there.
touring bands.
Mhm.
Flaw, Gabriel and the Apocalypse.
Yep, they were all there.
Um,
So yeah, we played at Skyway a few times, but yeah, that first time for that release show, that was something else.
well, because like we saw like some of the bands that we like
Oh
on
yeah.
that same stage, so it feels really cool.
Plus, you had the name on the marquee then as well too,
Yeah.
which just looks great because it's downtown Minneapolis. You got your name right up there,
Yeah.
and
Because everyone's driving by
you
and
can see it right
they can
there.
see it.
Like, what the hell is Castor Boulder? Castor Ballard.
And I think did they spell it right that first time?
Yeah, they
You
probably
know
spelled it
what?
wrong.
No, there was I think they misspelled it, and then we had them fix it.
We made them climb up
This
there.
happens a lot.
Well, I even double checked when I sent the interview in. I was like, did I spell that wrong? And then, yeah, I had to go to your guys' Facebook page, and I was like, no, it's right. Okay, so yeah.
I appreciate you checking.
I was like, man, I look like an idiot. I spelled their name wrong. And I was like, no, okay, good. I was
Well,
right.
the thing is, like the spelling is just so Castor. We spelled it with an ER because that was the name of the first guitar that I had. It was a Starcaster.
Oh wow.
So that's why it's ER instead of like OR because that's usually the proper spelling for when it's a name. But like I don't know when you're 16, like do you really know that?
Doesn't matter.
I think it looks cool. I like the ER. Yeah. And then Valor is our name, but people always confuse it for Valor. Like you misspelled Valor. It's like no, we know how to spell.
Yeah, it's just our name.
Yeah, just a name. Like,
just our name. That's it.
Yeah.
Castor. It's not Valor. Valar. Nope. CastorValar.com. They're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Spotify. Go get the latest album. Paracosm is out now. Well, Alex, in some of those videos, back when you were huge, when did you get into lifting weights? What were you doing?
Well, that's my dad's fault. My dad got me into lifting, and he got me into lifting at the most opportune time. I was like 14, 15. Yeah, yeah.
I think you were 17. Actually.
No. Okay, I don't know how old I was.
It was high school for you.
It was 8th grade going to 9th grade. That's when I started lifting during the summer. And I also started going through puberty at the same time. And I got all that extra T. So like it's like
Tread.
No, testosterone.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's like steroids. So like I started lifting and started going through puberty at the same time. So like I was able to pack on like 20 pounds of muscle over summer break. So I showed up and to 9th grade and everyone's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "It's Alex." Just I've been working out.
You hear that, folks? Science.
No, it is.
Boom.
It is science, and actually, we both have degrees in exercise science.
Oh yeah, I run a full service gym. Like that's what I do for work.
Oh, really? Well, I was going to mention it, Steven, because you've gotten a lot bigger in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I'm always working out.
Yeah,
I don't need enough,
You're starting to try and catch up to him now, so that's why you're running a gym. But yeah. We'll talk about that. We'll tell you where you can see both of them with their shirts off here.
Anywhere.
Well, anywhere, yes. I was on I don't know if it's your girlfriend's TikTok or your fiance or who, Alex. Whose Sphinx cats are these hairless cats?
Oh, those are our naked babies. Me and my fiance, it was actually her idea. I was not too excited about getting these cats. Because like I had one experience with a Sphinx cat like years ago, and like I thought they felt gross, because it's like they feel like a person, feel like a soft person, like soft skinned person, but they're not person looking.
They're running ball sacks,
Yeah, like and I thought they were gross, so like I wasn't too fond of them, and when she told me how much they cost, like I was even less fond. But then like I can't say no to her, so like we drove 3 hours to go pick one up. There's a breeder here in Minnesota, and well, we fell in love with Herman, and like he's a great dude.
They're good people.
They're great people. And then she wanted him to have a friend because we have another cat, but she's kind of angry.
She's not a good people's.
She's
I have one of those.
beautiful, like most beautiful cat ever, but just awful
Her eyes are a
personality.
little close together, but she's cute.
I mean, yeah, she's not perfect, but yeah. So she wanted Herman to have a friend. So then we hit up the breeder, and she's like, "Hey, Herman's mom, I believe it's the mom. She had another batch. Like, do you want a half brother?" And then she's like, "Yes." And I'm like, "Oh." So then we got Mervin, and now we have Herman and Mervin. They're almost exactly a year apart, and they're just two naked babies that run around and cause
Watch
mayhem.
TV. It's crazy. They sit there and watch TV.
They'll sit there and watch TV with us. Like, at first it started with like we would turn on like a YouTube channel where they have like birds and stuff, and like they would watch that for hours. And then they started watching like normal TV. Like we were just watching Stranger Things, and they're watching the Demigorgons or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they're really watching them get torched. Like, and
They look the same.
I don't know.
They got
No, they're not that gross.
They're cool cats. Go check them out. You can see them on his YouTube page.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
What's the deal with the bass player?
What do you mean? What's the question?
Do we have one? I mean, what? Because I see some old pictures. There's 5 of you. Now there's 4 of you. I think at the release show there was only 4 of you.
All right, I gotta go through and delete some pictures. Okay, we had a rhythm player and a bass player. got rid of the rhythm player, kept the bass player, then eventually got rid of the bass player, and then got a new rhythm player. And what we did with this rhythm player is we got an octave pedal and a Y splitter.
Okay.
Basically, his guitar amp and the bass amp are connected, and they run through his guitar, so he has both sounds.
So the guitar signal goes in one. It goes into the bass amp and the guitar amp. So you get
Every note you play, both sounds come out separately. So you'll have the guitar tone as the guitar and then the bass as the bass, but it's the same exact note at the same time. So it's a very tight rhythm and bass guitar.
Our bass player and our rhythm guitar are always playing perfectly together.
Almost as if they're the same person.
Right. But they're not.
No, they're not.
No, the guitar player that's Nolan, and the bass player that's Cludge.
Two different guys.
Two different guys. They look identical, but two different guys.
They look identical, and they're playing the same time. But yeah.
So that's the current situation. Although we are actively looking for a standalone bass player that can fill that spot, we need the right guy. I mean, you've seen the band. We need someone to fit that image, be able to play as many shows as we do, and really commit and be serious.
Yeah.
That was kind of the issue. Is like we had like 50 shows we have to play last year, and how do you do that without a bass player? So I got creative, and we created this contraption because I used to play bass, so I have a bass amp and bass guitars, and I was like, okay, let's rig something up, and
they did it.
We made it work. Haven't had too many complaints actually, so that's good.
I don't even know. They're watching like, where's your bass player?
I mean, there's a lot of confusion. There's people in the audience
where's the bass coming from?
I think it was like the first or second show. Someone's like, "Hey, give us a bass solo," and we're like, "What?
It's a guitar."
Well, first of all, who asked for a bass solo? Like, there's like
no one.
There's like 3 people in the world that actually want to hear a bass solo, and like it's like you can see the guy has 6 strings. Like, what are you asking?
But he still tried a little bit.
Oh yeah,
he still pulled it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It's like guitar, just lower.
I mean, you guys put on a heck of a show. Have you opened for anybody that like didn't realize what they were getting when you guys opened the show and said something to you afterwards? Like, boy, you guys blew it out of the park, or we didn't want to come on after you, or what'd you hear?
No one's ever been like that rude about it. But I mean, we've opened for a ton of bands and such, and like Warrant, Striper.
Well, Striper, they had issues with us prior to us playing.
Oh yeah.
It
wasn't them. It was their management that was like really anal about certain things. Because Striper is a Christian rock band, and
I guess we went against. I guess
there was like 3 or 4 major events that they didn't like about us.
Well, it is Christmas season. These guys, if you go to their Facebook page, it's probably on their other social media too. It's Castor what is it? Volormus. It's Volormus. Yes, Castor Volormus. 12 days. They've even got their own Christmas card. What is this bus? Is this a bus you guys film all this stuff at? Where do you shoot your guys' stuff?
So I bought a new bus, not this September, the previous September, and I've been renovating it like up until like even like now. And I mean, it's been even as like we've been touring, so every week the bus is looking different because like I'm doing stuff during the week after work. And yeah, that's our new tour bus, and it's pretty much complete now. I'm just doing like little fine detail stuff, just to make it feel more like home, because like we're gone so much that like I kind of want to have like that kind of like home vibe, because like the bus is our home. Like when we get to a venue, we're in the bus. That's where we're getting ready. Like that's like our safe space. Like that's our space where we got all of our stuff, and like we feel really comfortable. And that's where I filmed a lot of Valormis, because that was kind of the whole purpose of the bus. I wanted to create a space, an environment that is representative of like what we are.
Yeah, it's very elegant scenery. Like, it looks
It's
vision.
elegant. It's shiny. I love shiny stuff. Like, and
it's glamorous.
It's red. Like I love red. So
It's got
I wanted to create
pouches. It's got a stripper pole. It's got everything. It's
that's actually a vertical handrail.
Yeah, get your head out of the gutter. Come on.
But yeah, we got a
vertical
black leather
handrail.
like furniture.
It really does help. Not gonna lie.
Sometimes the roads get bumpy.
It gets a little bumpy.
But yeah, so that's where I filmed most of Valormus. And
what do you want today? Day 6, 7?
Today's day 7.
Oh,
we did Castor's Trident.
Yes, Castor's Trident. You can learn all kinds of stuff with the Castor Valormus. I don't. You haven't shown the card. Is the card PG? The Christmas card?
Actually, yeah. I mean,
we posted it.
It's a little risque, but
there it is.
No, there's
Alex. There's me. And there's our Christmas tree.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and that picture is on their Facebook page, and there's one where the two guys filmed it together with their shirts off, so you can see them even more with their shirts off and looking all ripped.
We know what people want.
Is it every show, Alex, that you put Steven on your shoulders? Does that still happen?
We do it during a specific song.
Okay.
So like if we do that song, then yes.
We have a song called Have a Good Time All the Time.
Yeah.
And it just seems appropriate.
During the solo, it just picks me up. But if we're not doing that song, we'll find another spot for it.
I mean, we try to sneak it in because like it's fun, and that's how I get my leg workout.
Yeah, like last time we before Skyway played another show in Minneapolis, we did it during Black Leather. Because I was like, pick me up.
Oh my God, yeah.
So we did it then.
I forgot about that completely. We had a half-hour set.
Oh, it was the quickest 30 minutes ever. It felt like 2.
Well, we're opening
bam,
for some national touring acts, so like we can't go over time, which we have a problem with because we like to talk in between songs, and
this guy hates talking,
yeah, and crowd interaction because like we really try to get the crowd to feel what we're feeling, and we want everyone to be on the same page. So like a good way to do that is like in between songs, like you talk to them. Sometimes you have to yell at them if they're not, rocking out. Just
a lot of crowd engagements.
Well,
we like to get into their space and faces, and we don't just like to go up and play our songs. And all right, that was nice.
No, we want to create an experience that attacks all the senses.
Yeah.
You might feel uncomfortable at the show, but in a good way.
Right.
Castor Velour, go check them out, castorvelour.com. They're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Spotify. They're everywhere. Their latest album, Paracosm, is out now. What Kiss cover songs do we do, guys?
Love Gun.
Nice.
One of our favorites.
We love Love Gun. And we also do I Was Made for Loving You.
We just jammed on it last night.
Yep. Those are like everyone does like rock and roll all night, So like we wanted to do something
for Rock City.
Like we wanted to not do like the biggest songs that everyone knows. But like Love Gun, like I just love the solo. Like the solo that Ace really does. Like it's just such a cool solo, and like all the instrumental around it just sounds so cool.
Well, I love when they do it live because they're like on these pillars and stuff, and they just keep getting taller and taller, and they're just like da 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 da. It's like
right, it feels so cool. It's like, oh my God, it's gonna be the biggest thing ever. And then like boom, everyone comes in for the chorus, and everyone's just just screaming the lyrics. It feels really good.
And we do our own ending, like we all come together with our guitars and we just go side to side, just like Kiss do.
And we got like squad jets shooting and spark machines and all that fun stuff.
We don't have those pillars and columns yet, but we'll work.
We're working on
getting
everything.
there. Yeah. Well, what are we doing for Christmas, guys? We doing it together? We doing it with the family? What's happening?
I'll see him on Christmas Day.
We'll hang out at some point.
We'll celebrate one of the days, but just family.
Well, sort of just gotta go through all the family.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Mom here, dad there. Girlfriends.
Make your stops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we got to do a bunch of rounds, basically. Just like
We're doing a tour.
We're touring. It's a Christmas.
We're always touring.
It's a family tour.
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you. It's the same thing here.
It's more stressful though than a real tour. I think.
Yeah, it's not as fun as a real tour, but you get something in. If you need an after Christmas gift, you guys got a ton of new merch on the site.
That's right. Bunch of fun stuff, especially if you're living somewhere cold. We have awesome beanies.
The beanies are so good. They're so warm. They're really nice. And if you're, I mean, we got it all, to be honest. Like, we got like long sleeve shirts, tank tops. We got Casperlore thongs now. Like we koozies, so like you keep your drink cold or warm or whatever.
It's for your hand. It doesn't do anything to the drink.
It keeps the heat from your hand, so your hand doesn't heat up the drink if the drink is cold. And then if the drink is hot, your hand will absorb the heat, so it stops that flow.
Well, now that you put up with Pavement, are we going to have a bigger tour? What's going to happen coming up next year?
Well, so with Pavement, the main focus is promoting the record. You know, I still do the booking, put together all the shows and stuff, but it's looking like pretty much the same as last year. Another, 40 to 50 concerts. I've already booked about half of those right now. A lot of stuff pending and just slowly filling in the dates. So
we
still
got
a lot of shows.
Or east or anywhere else?
Sorry, say that again?
You gonna head west or east, or are we staying in the Midwest, or what's happening?
A lot of Midwest, and I do have some shows going east and west. I'm pretty sure we'll be hitting Indiana and Ohio.
Yeah.
South, we might get as far as Oklahoma. We'll see. I'm working on that. And then west is a tricky one. But
isn't Kansas westish?
Well, Kansas is like southwest, but it's not that far.
I don't know. I need them.
It's like 7 hours.
Yeah.
Skynet maps.
Come to Montana. Come to Billings, Montana. Go to the pub station.
It's quite a drive.
It's not that far. Come on.
We're working on it.
Everything out here is like 5 hours away. You guys are spoiled.
Well, yeah. So, we'll be in like South Dakota, and we'll be going that far west. I mean, maybe.
Hey,
we'll see.
we're not far.
No.
Another 8-10 hours.
Easy. No,
easy.
Come on. You got the bus. I mean, you got.
No, that's the thing. We got the bus, and this year we worked out a lot of the kinks. Because it's a bus. I bought it. I don't know what it's been through, right? I don't know.
It's been through.
I don't know her history. And the bus broke down a few times this year, and we fixed a lot of that stuff.
Couple meltdowns here and there.
These meltdowns were not as bad as the year before, because we were in Texas and our gas tank actually fell out.
We almost blew up, and we wouldn't have even known it. We were driving from San Antonio to Dallas for the next show.
Yeah,
I'm asleep. Half the people are asleep. He's driving, and all of a sudden he runs to the back. Get out of the bus! We're leaking gas. I woke up. I was like, what the f*** going on? So we go outside, and there's just gas everywhere under the bus.
Oh, geez.
And he's just freaking out. The tank fell. It's leaking.
So this was Sunday, Memorial Day weekend. So, nobody's working. And I'm like, oh, my God, how are we going to get home? We got like 1,500 miles. I mean, yeah, we have a show, but the show is not even the big deal anymore because, how are we getting this thing home? We're broke down in a gas station leaking gas.
But, I mean, think about how far we drove while the tank is scraping against the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because it created a hole because of that.
I knew there was something wrong because, my fuel gauge went from, a third to, E. And I could swear I started smelling gas. But, I was like, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I'm going to just pull over at this gas station. And thankfully, the inside part was closed. That way, no one complained. Because, if there was someone working, they'd probably be like, hey, you need to get your bus out of here. You just flooded everything with
gas. We're going to send you a bill for cleanup of gas. But
right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's a big tank. So, there was probably, 10, 15 gallons.
And that's the worst part. You know how expensive gas was then?
Wow. Well, go and check them out. Thank God they're still here. They didn't explode. CastorMiller.com. Go check out the brand new one, Paracosm. Alex, Steven, thanks, guys, so much for coming on.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. No, this was great.
Go follow them. It's CowboyStateDaily.com.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Saturdays with Jeff. 6 until 10 a.m. 7:47 on your Saturday morning. Give me a call. 307-620-8866. As I'm putting Vicks Vapor Rub on my chest and neck and underneath my nostrils. I read the directions last night. It said not to put in your nostrils. Boy, when I was a kid, I remember my mom would just like lather it. But boy, it does clear out your sinuses. Ugh. If you missed the first hour, I woke up January 1st with a cold. My kid was sick, and I tried to stay away from him. But then somebody else was sick too. Who was it? But yeah, it's been going around. I was trying to avoid it, but it's the Robbie Hart curse. That's what it is, too. Every time I interview Robbie Hart, I get sick, or when I am interviewing her, I'm sick with COVID. I've interviewed Robbie Hart 4 or 5 times. I think the first 2 or 3 times I interviewed her, I had COVID. One time, I was like on my deathbed. So it takes a lot to slow me down. Are the phone lines working out there? 307-620-8866. I saw some people in the chat on YouTube. Thank you for being in there. Let me see if we got any more text messages or phone calls. Ooh, text message. This is King Cobra JFS's ex. Just wondering if I can remain anonymous but give him a shout out and let him know how missed he is. Okay. That went right over my head, so I don't know what she's talking about. King Cobra JFS's ex. Just wondering if I can remain anonymous, but give him a shout out and let him know how missed he is. So there you go, King Cobra JFS, if you're listening out there. Give me a call and you can explain all that to me. Crazy scene last night at the Notre Dame basketball game. Check this out. Notre Dame was up by, I think, 4 or 5. Let's see here. Yeah, the Irish were up by 4 with 16 seconds to go. California went on a 7-0 run in the final 11 seconds to win the game. Notre Dame led 69-65 before allowing a three-pointer with 11 seconds remaining. The Irish connected on a pair of free throws to push the lead back to 3 with 9 seconds remaining. On the ensuing play, the referees ruled that Logan Imes fouled Day Ames on a successful three-pointer. That tied the game at 71 with 5 seconds to go. And then the ref show broke out. The referees reversed the call, ruled that it was a foul had occurred before the shot, which would have negated the basket. But then California coach Mark Madsen pleaded with the referees, and they reversed the call back to the original call. The Notre Dame coach was at his wit's end. So Ames hit his free throw for the 4-point play. Notre Dame missed a three-pointer on the ensuing possession and lost by 1. Well, at the end of the game, the Notre Dame head coach went after the officials. Watch this. See if you can see this on my screen here. Let me kick over here. Is there no audio? Maybe not. But look at the coach right there. He just goes right after the official. And the official, well, I give him a little bit of credit. He stands there and kind of looks at him like, what are you doing? But, man, it's a good thing they caught him before. Look at him just running after the official. That is crazy. Heartbreaking loss for the Irish. Man. If you missed it earlier, breaking news that Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife were captured either last night or this morning. Trump says that the leader and his wife were captured after a large-scale strike, and now he has been shipped back to the United States. Yeah, there's video that shows Venezuela's night sky engulfed in flames after U.S. strikes and the capture of the dictator. Trump had a $50 million bond out for him. And now they're saying Venezuelans are celebrating Maduro's capture in jubilant photos. So that's good. They're happy the guy's gone. Trump warned him not to F around with the U.S. months before the dictator's capture. And we've been targeting their boats and stuff the last couple of months. So we'll see. Trump got him. See where it goes from here. Coming up next hour at 8:20, we're going to be chatting with Brett McCoy about Wyoming Cowboy football, the portal, and much, much more. And then coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be chatting with singer-songwriter Dugan Irby. He's got a big show coming up tonight at the Wild Theater here in Sheridan. It's almost sold out. I think when I looked last night, there was about 50 tickets remaining. They opened up the balcony. That's the only reason there's 50 tickets remaining. And half of those are already gone. So go to wildtheater.com to get your tickets now if you want to go check out Dugan Irby tonight at the Wild. Earlier in the first hour, we had Victor Flores, the Montana State Bobcat beat writer, He was on to preview Monday night's FCS championship game, the Montana State Bobcats taking on Illinois State Redbirds. 5:30 Monday night on ESPN. The Bobcats are favored by 10. This is the third time in the last 5 years that the Bobcats are in the championship game. They haven't won it since like the early 80s, and Illinois State has never won an FCS championship. They are the first team to win 4 road games to make it to the championship game, which is crazy. So if you're interested in that game, give me a call. I'm about ready to sneeze again because I'm under the weather. Man, last week was rough for a Steeler fan. Steelers depression. Yes, I'm a huge Pittsburgh Steeler fan. If you've watched my couple shows here on Cowboy State Daily. Last Saturday, the Ravens were at Green Bay. If the Packers win, the Steelers are in the playoffs. No questions asked. Nothing more to do. Both teams were missing their quarterbacks. Packers were at home. Thought the Packers would win. No. Didn't happen. Derrick Henry ran all over him. Hold on, let me blow my nose. Oh, somebody's calling. Let's head to the phone lines here. Good morning. You're on Cowboy State Daily.
Good morning. This is Jerry. He said if you're interested in that Montana-Illinois State game, give him a call.
Yeah, Jerry. What do you think?
Well, I'm torn because I'm a Montana Grizz, but I kind of wanted to bring the trophy home to Montana, even though they're the big rival.
Yeah.
But they're rude fans. They're kind of rude fans. They got the little brother syndrome, you know, because we've been whooping on them for so long. But, you know, when they raise up their program, we got to raise ours. So I like them being good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Grizz were still in the semifinal.
Yeah, I had them in my final, but I always root Duke in the NCAAs and Grizz in the FCS.
Huh.
But Illinois State's a good story, too, because, 4 road wins, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and to knock off North Dakota State the way they did. And then last week, they handled Villanova pretty easily.
Yeah.
On the road.
Yeah, they did. My bracket was Villanova and Montana because I was there in Spartanburg, South Carolina, Chattanooga, when they played in the final, and Villanova whooped us in 2009, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, once they beat the Bison, I said, all right, the door's open for us, but no luck.
Yeah, everybody thought that. Once North Dakota State went down, they're like, all right, well, now it's open. Now one of us can win this thing.
Right, for sure.
Wow. Are you in Montana then, Jerry? Where are you at?
No, I'm in Lander. I went to school there in the early 80s, and we just moved to Lander, Wyoming, like July, so we love it.
Oh, wow. Where were you at before then?
Ogden for 2010, 2025, so 15 years, yeah.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, it was, my kid was at the game last week, the semifinal in Bozeman, the Montana State-Montana game. And he said,
okay, so you got a rooting interest.
Not really. He graduated from Laramie. He just moved to Bozeman a couple months ago.
I got you.
But he liked it. He thought it was a good time.
Yeah, for Montana, it was a great atmosphere, man.
Yeah, incredible. And I went to school in the 90s, and Montana State was terrible. It's amazing what they've done in the last decade.
Yep. Yeah. When I was there, the Grizz weren't much either, football-wise. Basketball was king there. They had Montgomery, who went on to Stanford.
Okay.
Coach Montgomery. Yeah, so
Mike
basketball
Montgomery
was king when I went to school there.
Yeah. Huh. Crazy.
Yeah, matter of fact, I remember the 3-point line being introduced in the Big Sky Conference.
Wow, I didn't know that. They were the first
ones.
They
were the first ones. They were the first ones to try it out.
They were the guinea pigs.
Yeah, and it took off from there.
Interesting. Well, so
who am I talking to? Who's this?
My name's Jeff. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming.
Are you on TV right now?
Yep, we're on CowboyStateDaily.com right now.
Am I talking to you live?
Yep. Yeah, you're streaming all over. Every social media platform, YouTube, our website, everywhere.
Well, I want to give a shout out. Do you know Ernie Ober?
Ernie Ober. I don't think so.
Radio guy, radio and newspaper guy. Anyway, he does Lander Valley High School announcing.
Yeah.
And they invited me to try out this year, so I'm kind of like his mentor.
Oh, nice. You going to do it?
Yeah, so he's helping me. Yeah, I'm doing the color. Working the camera and doing color. It's weird because we're doing radio, you know.
Yeah.
You got to talk a lot. He does. And then it's on TV also. So I do the camera back and forth and then do a little adding commentary.
Well, sweet. Well, we're at the top of the hour. Thanks, Jerry, so much for calling in.
Hey, man, you rock.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms. It has a lot of military applications that are already in place, but the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, you know, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be seen as transformative to society, the answer is yes to both. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
And you have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words and the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct. And so what the prosecutor did Tuesday was he went ahead and filed his counter argument, pushing back on the defense attorney who had asked the judge to dismiss the case.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February 2024. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's a winter driving safety tip from WYDOT. Make sure your vehicle's in good working condition with proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections, and slow down in bad winter weather. This reminder from WYDOT. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran. A year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Carbon County Sheriff announced on Wednesday that human remains have been discovered near a well site. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports just who those remains are hasn't been determined.
The remains were found on December 19th near a well site on BLM land, so it's a BLM investigation. The Carbon County Sheriff's Office is deferring to them. The thing that's interesting, though, about Wyoming is that because we're such a sparse population, people remember these missing persons cases. There's a lot of anticipation about the identity of these remains. Who did they belong to, and what was the cause of their death?
An investigation is underway after remains were discovered near an oil and gas well site in an undisclosed area of Carbon County, so said Sheriff Alex Backen on Wednesday. A leading missing persons advocate wonders if it may be David Williams, who disappeared 45 years ago. Sublette County opened its first hospital in September and has been burning through cash ever since. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that hospital officials are hoping to get some of the $250 million in federal health care money Wyoming was given this week.
Because Sublette County Hospital is not considered a critical access hospital yet, it still has to go through a lot of permissions and inspections and applications. They're having to burn through cash because they're having to operate more as a general hospital, which means that their staffing is higher than it needs to be. So they're hoping to get a piece of this $205 million to help with their cost of keeping rural health care sustainable while they continue to work to get this critical access status.
The community celebrated in September when the almost $74 million medical complex opened in Pinedale, nearly 100 years after the idea of building a medical facility was first broached. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily with Jeff. Saturdays with Jeff, 6 until 10 a.m. Mountain Time. We are streaming. We are on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, you name it. We are on it, cowboystatedaily.com. You can go to my Facebook page. Just look up Jeff Rickett. I'm on Twitter at LawnPoke, Lawnpoke. I'm a graduate of the University of Wyoming. 1998, baby. That dates me. Holy crap. I'm old. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Jerry just called in from Lander. We've had a couple text messages. She doesn't want me to read them on the air, but thank you for texting. Just wanted to give a shout out to somebody that was no longer with us. So that was kind of cool. But yes, join the program. Give me a call. Here's kind of a cool clip here of Rick Pitino. This is a few years old. Let me see here.
I tried to sound intelligent, went in his back room and saw all these men and women trading equities on a little TV monitor. And I said to him, where do you get your talent? University of Chicago? Harvard Business School? Wharton School at Pennsylvania? His answer was fascinating to me, and I've maintained it as part of my repertoire for years. He said, no, I look for PhDs. I said, that's strange, PhDs for Wall Street. He said, I look for poor, hungry, and driven people. I don't care where they go to school. Well, I changed it. Today, I only try to recruit PhDs, and I took the poor away because my players don't want to hear that. Passionate, hungry, driven people. The ones that are humble are the ones that reach their potential. The ones that find success very early on and think it's because of them don't reach their potential. Humble people understand why you win.
Legendary coach Rick Pitino. A little clip from him from a few years back. They love the work, not just the results. You can't teach passion. It's either there or it isn't. They show up and do the work consistently. They're never satisfied. They outwork, outprepare, and outlast. And driven. They have direction. They don't wait to be pushed. They take ownership of themselves, their actions, and their attitude. I like that. Looking for PhDs. Passionate, hungry, and driven individuals. That's what the Wyoming Cowboys need. I was talking about being in Steelers depression last hour. I'm a Steeler fan. They should have made the dang playoffs already. Playoffs! But the Ravens beat the Packers. Then all the Steelers had to do was beat the Browns in Cleveland. Browns are terrible. Steelers should win this. No. Steelers laid an egg. It was awful. They couldn't even score a TD. It wasn't good. I thought I could relax this week, but no. Now it all comes down to tomorrow night's game. Yeah, Sunday Night Football tomorrow night. Steelers, Ravens. It is in Pittsburgh. The Ravens are favored by 3.5, which is brutal. We did get some hope yesterday. We did get some good news yesterday for Steeler fans. TJ Watt is going to be back. Thank goodness. He will play tomorrow night, so maybe some hope. Slight glimmer of hope. What do you think? Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Our question of the day is, in the NCAA college football playoff games, should the quarterfinals, the second round, be at the higher seeds home stadium instead of at a bowl game? The higher seeds with the first round bye are 1-7 in the last 2 years. 1-7. It's awful. My neighbor's leaving. Looks a little chilly out there, but my window's open again, and I'm in here in a short sleeve shirt, so it can't be that bad. Chunk, my cat, is he's been sitting here the whole time. Let's see here. No, he just says I just heard my name. There's the big guy. What's up, big guy? Huh? What do you hear? There's some rumblings out there. What's going on? My big, I think he's a tabby cat, maybe? He's probably looking at my door because he wants to climb up the carpet on the back of my door. Like my freak flag? Where's that from? What band's that from? 307-620-8866. Got my Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Sister Sweetly record over there. Big Head Todd came out with a 40-track live album a couple weeks ago. I had to listen to it last night a little bit because if you missed the first hour, I was talking about how I got very little sleep last night because my daughter and her boyfriend were watching Stranger Things last night, and they had it so cranked I couldn't sleep. Felt like I was trying to sleep over the movie theater. It was awful. But also this weekend, this could be the final home game for the Buffalo Bills at Hallmark Stadium. We got a clip from Sean McDermott here. But first, here is an insane stat. Wyoming fans out there complain about the portal. It's not just us. There are currently more Division I players in the transfer portal than there are total players in the entire NFL. There's 2,025 Division I players in the portal right now. NFL active roster players, 1,696. The portal has gone wild. That's insane. I think Wyoming has 16 kids in the portal right now. We're going to talk to Brett McCoy coming up here in about 8 minutes or so about that very topic. Here is Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott. He plans on going to the stadium tomorrow night and spending time before the last game in Hallmark Stadium. Tomorrow night to walk down to the stadium one more time before the last game and just take my time. Let's see if we can pull him up here and play a little Coach McDermott.
Place means to so many. It is a unique place. And we all know, those of us who have now been here, we know why. And I think we hold that kind of to ourselves in terms of, unless you've been here, you don't really understand how this community works, right? And how special it is. And to be here 9 years and to have an opportunity to go through a week like this and the next 48 hours, that's something that I'll never forget. And I want to cherish every minute of it. And I plan on taking some time tomorrow night to walk down to the stadium one more time before the last game and just, take my time. So I think that's important.
Last game. Is there any way they could have a home game? Guess we'll find out once the playoffs come out. But yes, Buffalo is playing the Jets, hosting the Jets tomorrow at 2:25 on CBS. Bills are favored by 7.5. Over under is 37.5. How's Josh doing? He got a little banged up last couple weeks. Hopefully he's all right. But we'll preview some more NFL coming up here in the last hour of the show. Sonny, my cat, is rubbing at my leg. You want to come up here and sit down? Chunk's in the window. Now we've got Sonny. Let me see here. Here she comes. Whoa. Usually her water's right here. She's like, where's my water at? Here's a story I forgot to tell you around Christmas time. It was about, a couple weeks after Thanksgiving. It was a Tuesday. I came home from work and I thought my smoke detectors were going off. Like the battery was low. It was beeping every 15 to 30 seconds. So I checked my smoke detectors and went and replaced the batteries, went and bought, I think I have 5. Do I have 4 smoke detectors or 5? I think I have 4 smoke detectors in my house. I went and bought there are 5 smoke detectors in my house. I went and bought 4 9-volt batteries, replaced 4 of them, 2 downstairs, 2 upstairs, and it was still beeping. I was like, okay. I didn't want to run back to the store. My wife called her brother. He just lives half mile from our house. Asked him if he had a 9-volt battery. He did. She went over and got it. Swapped out that one. So we had all 5 new batteries in the smoke detectors. It was still beeping. I was like, what is going on? And it was just beeping downstairs. It wasn't beeping upstairs, which was very weird. And the one is like in the living room and the other one's in a back bedroom. And when I'd stand in the living room, it sounded like it was beeping in the back bedroom. When I'd go into the back bedroom, it sounded like it was beeping in the living room. I was like, what is happening here? There's a carbon monoxide detector because I almost died of carbon monoxide poisoning back in my early 20s. Right between the middle of them, in the living room, in an outlet. But I just replaced that battery probably a month and a half ago. So I didn't think it was that at all. I was like, no, it's these smoke detectors. So I'm doing all this research. What could it be? Yada, yada, yada. Somebody says, well, check the date. Pull one of your smoke detectors down. Check the date on them. And if they're over 10 years old, they need to be replaced. So I took one of them down, looked at the date. They were installed in 2002 when my house was built. 23 years old at the time. I was like, okay. Well, this is probably the problem because they're hardwired with a battery backup. It's like, okay, one of them's probably went out. Something's malfunctioning. I'm going to go get all new smoke detectors. I searched around. They didn't have them at Home Depot. They didn't have them at Walmart. They had them at Ace Hardware here in town. And they had like a 6-pack. So I was like, okay, 6-pack, they're $120. When you buy one of them online, it's like $30. So I was like, okay, I'm getting a decent deal. That's fine. Went and bought them the next day. reinstalled all 5 of the smoke detectors, new batteries, because they came with new batteries, still beeped. For the first 2 days, it beeped every 15 seconds. You were ready to pull your hair out. The 4th day, it started slowing down. Well, the 3rd day, my wife's going crazy. She's like, okay, you need to do something about this. You need to call an electrician. I was like, well, that's the last thing I want to do is call an electrician. I want to figure this thing out. She's like, nah, I'm tired of it. We're going insane with this thing. So I was like, okay. So the 4th day, when I got up and worked out, because I work out in the basement, so I had to sit there and listen to it for 4 straight days. It was slowing down. It was about to 30 to 45 seconds. Every 30 to 45 seconds, it would beep. And I was like, okay, well, maybe the battery's dying. Maybe something's happening here. Maybe we're finally it's going to run its course. So the electrician comes over at like noon, 12:30, whatever, comes in my house, comes down to the basement, looks around, goes back to his truck, grabs his ladder, comes back downstairs, starts walking between the rooms, and then looks down to my carbon monoxide detector, pulls it out of the wall, and goes, oh, here's your problem. The battery's dead. I go, are you kidding me? I just changed that out a month and a half ago. I did not think it was the carbon monoxide detector. And my wife told me the same thing. She was like, I think it's the carbon monoxide detector. I was like, it can't be the carbon monoxide detector. Sure enough, it was the carbon monoxide detector. The electricians were here for probably 3 minutes. For enough time to come in, go out to get his ladder, come back downstairs, pulled it out, said, oh, there's your problem. This has happened before. You're not the first one. I felt like the biggest idiot on the planet. And then last week, I got a bill for $120 from the electrician.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud,
You okay? Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. 8:24 on your Saturday, January 3rd. We're going to head back to the Zoom room, talk a little more football here, because we got Brett McCoy in the Zoom room. Wyoming Cowboy football season ticket holder. He's a member of Cowboy Joe Club. He's one of the biggest Cowboy football fans I know. Thanks for coming on the show, Brett.
Morning, Jeff. How are you today?
Well, not too bad. Man, well, first off, Brett's got like 3 of the cutest daughters on the planet. He just wasn't thinking straight. He took him to Disneyland for the first time last week. How did it go?
Well, it was a success. I have to say everybody survived it. We actually, if anybody's kept track of the weather out in California the last few weeks, it has been a downpour. The monsoon season has started early, but we timed it right. We got there, and the rains quit, moved out. We had a couple beautiful days at Disneyland and tried to catch every ride in every park. And I think we hit about 80% of the rides we wanted. You've been there. You know how difficult it is sometimes to hit every one. And get the ride. But weather was beautiful, and we made it back in time for New Year's Day to watch some bowl games, watch some FBS playoff games. So
yeah, we'll chat about that here in a second. Disneyland or California Adventure? What was better?
You know, I would say for our crew, the Adventure Park, they enjoyed probably a little more, and with the more recent Disney characters, you know, The Incredibles, Star Wars, Avengers. Cars, yeah, exactly. I think that was very well received by our girls. So
nobody threw up, nobody got sick, or everything was fine.
Well, you know, we had a few moments. You know, when you wait in line for hours and you have a 5-year-old and they consume large amounts of Gatorade, sometimes you have to manage bathroom breaks, and we didn't get that done on one of the last rides, the Avenger ride, that we'd waited in line for an hour and a half, and it reached a peak crisis mode right before we were about ready to enter. Our youngest had to use the restroom, but she pushed through, and with the help of my wife, Ashley, we got it done and have a great experience to talk about now as a family for the rest of our life.
Exactly. You got stories to last forever. I don't know if you were listening a few minutes ago when I mentioned the numbers of the portal. 16 pokes are in the portal so far. Wyoming fans hate it, but there are more Division I players in the transfer portal than there are total players in the NFL right now.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? 4,000 players, over 4,000 players in the portal right now.
That's insane. But when you flip it, it's like, well, then that gives us hope kind of as well, you would think.
Certainly, you know, Jeff, I would say this. I'm like most other people when it comes to many things in life. Change does not come easy. However, no matter what industry you're in for work, no matter what FBS team or FCS team you root for, there's a lot of change happening in college athletics right now. And the 2 4-letter words that come to mind, if you will, are NIL and transfer portal. And with that, though, comes opportunity. And I'm starting to get the point that the transfer portal is really like free agency in the NFL. For those of you that follow NFL, it really, and you're seeing it play out in some of these championship games, and even you did in the regular season, where it's creating parity in college football. Every year, each team, depending on their ability to go out and recruit and get student athletes out of the portal, can make a run. And there you go. You have 4,000 opportunities. And in Wyoming's going to have 60. They're going to have more. The portal just opened yesterday. It'll be open for a couple weeks. But it creates a whole new opportunity for Wyoming athletics.
Yeah, look at Indiana. They were the worst team ever in college football history at the start of this year.
Oh, what a story, and I don't know anybody that can't root for Indiana right now. Number 1 seed in college football. They were an obscurity in college football for years. Everybody thought of Bobby Knight and Indiana basketball, right?
Yep.
They're a basketball school. And in 2 years, Coach Signetti has been able to turn that team around. And it's not just been his doing, as he said after the Rose Bowl win January 1st, but it can be done. But there's some few key things that need to happen to get to that point, and I think they're exhibiting that right now.
Yeah, it's amazing what he's done, and a lot of it's a transfer portal, a lot of it's his staff and him. I mean, if Wyoming could get George's assistant coach, somebody, maybe we can get there. But this last week, Caden Anderson, Wyoming starting quarterback, goes to the portal.
Yeah.
Where does he think he is going? I mean, this is like Levi Williams part 2.
Correct. And another key data point, Jeff, that people need to realize too, of the 4,000 that are now in the portal, and that's not uncommon. There's nearly 4,000 in the last two years. Fewer than 60% get picked up in the portal. That means 40+% never find a home.
Wow.
So I think that's food for thought now. Well, Caden Anderson, I wish him the best. It sounds like he's a great young man. Just wasn't a good fit at Wyoming. Didn't perform like he needed to be, but you're right. If you've got tape, if you've got a resume that you're providing other schools, maybe you'll find a home at an FCS. I mean, that's another data point. A lot of these student athletes find themselves at a lower level, and that probably wasn't their ambition or dream or goal when they entered the portal. It was to raise their stakes, raise their upside, their potential. But many of them, that's not the case. So likely one of those discussions, too, that the coaching staff went to Caden, said, look, we want the best for you. You probably don't have a place on this team. And that happens with many, and you don't hear that in the media. Those that are told, you know what, you're probably best to enter the portal, and because we've got different goals here, and we feel your success may be better outside the program. So I think that's probably a case in point, because we all saw the results of what happened on the field last year. And if you don't get the quarterback right in in the NCAA and NFL, it is so difficult. And I think you can go back in the history of Wyoming football and look at times where you get it right, you're more apt to win more than 6 games. And we just haven't got that done in the last 2 years.
Yeah. You mentioned FCS, and everyone says, oh, look at Montana State, and look at Montana, look at how much success these guys are having. They recruit Montana kids, yada, yada, yada. Well, I saw this Jason Klepper had a good point. Well, even Indiana, you think about Indiana, why didn't they move down? They were the worst team in the country for years. Why doesn't Rutgers leave the Big Ten? What about Wake Forest and Purdue? They're not leaving because it makes no sense. CSU is moving up. We killed CSU this year. I mean, there's no reason that we need to move to FCS at all. I mean, money, kids, everything. We talked about this at Christmas, and you said it best, Brett. Tell people what you think.
Well, and look, I would start with this. No matter which side of the coin you're on, if you're a Wyoming alum or a fan that says, look, we need to drop to FCS, or you're somebody like myself that I'm going to make an argument that that's not the direction that the athletics department needs to go, I would say the common ground is we all want to win.
Yeah.
It's just how do we get there? And there are some that are submitting or are offering that if we drop to FCS, that is the best and quickest path to success. And I would argue, my opinion would be, there may be short-term success, but the long-term fallout would be detrimental. And the one place I go is look at historical perspective. look at teams that have chosen the path in recent history to go from FBS to FCS. There's only been one. And the reason that is because it doesn't make any sense to do so.
No.
So Idaho was the last team to do it back in 2018. If some of you remember their journey, they were a Big Sky team in FCS at one point. They did like all FCS teams want to do. They want to move to FBS because it is an opportunity to create more revenue for their university, to play on a bigger stage, and to compete against more competition. It's just all things. It's business-wise, it's a better decision. It's better for their university as a whole. But Idaho is where they went wrong. They went to the Sun Belt in the FBS. That was the only opportunity they had. You can tell, obviously, no geographic alignment. It was a wreck from the start. So ultimately, they decided to drop down. But other than that, there's been a handful of teams that they just eliminated their football program altogether. It's just, I would ask those, why now? If you're saying, let's drop to FCS, it's 2026, January 2nd, January 3rd, now 2026. Why today? Or why after the close of the 25 season? Because of the outcome, the product we're seeing on the field, right? But I would say, where was that in 2023? Yeah. Coach Bull's last season, Wyoming was a 9-4 football team. We were 5-3 in the Mountain West. They were still out there, but I'm sure there wasn't those people. So in 2 years, we've changed our mind that we should go from FBS to FCS. That's pretty short-sighted. And I would say, and why is that? And you talked about it in our discussion at Christmas, Jeff. Look, you've got to get the head coach right. You see that with Indiana. You see that Texas Tech. Coach McGuire is finally starting to find his footing. And you've got to have the revenue. You've got to have the resources. And you've got to get key impact positions right. And I would argue QB1 is so important. What have we not done the last 2 years? Well, the verdict's still out on Coach Saville. And I know half this fan base wants him gone, and that may come to fruition next year. I truly believe if he goes less than 600, he is gone.
Yeah.
I think we should all be rooting for his success, because history would tell us if we have to start over again as head coach at Wyoming football, we're going to have a couple years where the coach has to bring in their recruits, their staff, install their defense, their offense. I think we all would cheer for Jay Saville to have success next year. We just got to get it right in a few key areas. And I think people that, listening to the media, he said that he's willing to, the athletics department is willing to put a lot of money down to get the right QB in Laramie this season. So I think stay tuned in the portal over the next few weeks. I think we'll probably hear some news on that front.
Yeah, I think yesterday my kid said something about one of the quarterbacks in the portal had Wyoming listed. So, hey, that's a good sign, whether he
I saw one about the other
like,
Hasselback that he's in the portal from UCLA. Obviously, we have a recruit for 26 that's coming to Laramie, or he's still is verbal as such. They said, let's just get the whole family.
Yeah, might as well.
But no, you've got to get that right. And look, FBS is the place to be. There's the revenue disparities from FBS, even at a group of 5 conference like the Mountain West, to those that say, let's drop to the Big Sky. Let's drop to the Missouri Valley Conference, which that's what South Dakota State, North Dakota State plays in. There's millions of dollars in revenue differences.
Yeah.
A.D. Berman, the university is not going to do that willingly. And I don't think we should capitulate and just throw our hands up and say, you know what? Let's go try to win a national championship the next couple of years, which has a ring to it. I think we would all engage in that. But what's the long-term results of that? And I think just another example I give Jeff, out of conference schedule.
Yeah.
And I think we should pursue playing regional geographic teams like Montana State, South Dakota State, North Dakota State, but keep in mind all the upsides for them. It is a good draw for our fan base. We get a good turnout, but sometimes the FBS opponent has everything to lose and the FCS opponent has everything to gain, in those situations. But I think that's the route we need to go and continue to pursue excellence.
Yeah. We're chatting with Brett McCoy. He's a Wyoming Cowboy football season ticket holder, Cowboy Joe Club member, a huge Cowboy fan, all about the state of Wyoming Cowboy sports. Now, we also here's a guy that said, between Montana State and the University of Montana, there are 53 kids from Montana on their rosters. On Wyoming, there's 11. Montana's population is about 1 million. Wyoming's is roughly 600,000. The math alone, Wyoming should have around 22 kids on its roster at minimum. They always say this, but then I say, give me 22 kids that graduated Wyoming high schools that can play D1 football. It's a totally different level of sports. And then they say, well, give them, they'll stick around for 3 or 4 years. And then they'll be big and strong and tough and ready to go. So we're going to tank for 3 years while we let the kids eat steaks? I mean, this is asinine to me, Brett.
I agree. And once again, I think there's a common ground to find here. I, too, say, look, if there's a Wyoming athlete that has the potential to play FBS football, he should be heavily recruited.
Yes.
And everything should be done by the staff. The fallout is, what does it take to win? And can those athletes that play football in the state of Wyoming, like you said, we got 500,000 population. I think there have been times I've heard in the media, head coaches over the years, they say, look, in reality, how many FBS athletes are there in the state of Wyoming? You can probably count them on your hand. In some years, it might be 1 or 2. And I think, really, I have to hand it to Coach Bull. I think he changed the culture in Wyoming athletics when he came in. He came from the Tom Osborne tree at Nebraska, where they had a preferred walk-on program, and he instituted that at the University of Wyoming, where you may not get offered a full ride if you're a Wyoming student athlete or a kid that maybe just isn't there yet, but needs a little bit of development. You can walk on and have a preferential treatment to get a full ride. And I think you saw the fruits of that vision with Coach Bull, where we started to bring in more Wyoming or local geographic student athletes. However, it does go back to this. If you are a head coach anywhere, what is your number one goal? To win games.
Yeah.
And how you do that is finding the best athletes anywhere, whether they're from Rhode Island, California, or Wyoming, right?
Yeah.
That is their vision. Yeah, but I do think that certainly they try to bring in those kids that are cut a little different, those from the state of Wyoming, those that are dual sport athletes. I mean, there's so many things that go into the recruiting process. But believe me, I think if we could have more athletes from Wyoming, they would be doing it. And just look at the results of, there's been history. I know we've talked about this over the years, Jeff. Sheridan High School has produced a lot of good athletes, right?
Yeah.
And some thought that we missed on a few of those kids that play football. Where did they end up? And how did they finish their career?
Usually at FCS or
exactly
not playing.
Exactly. Now, we do whiff on some, but I think that's an exception and not the rule. So I think the vision, I get it. You'd love to go down to Laramie. You'd love to turn on the TV and see more Mason Droops, the product out of Campbell County High School that hopefully has a future quarterback at Wyoming. But we have to live in reality too. Yeah. What is the best product that this team, that this staff can put on the field to win football games? And that's what they need to do. And I think that's their goal every year.
Yeah. I mean, I covered the Sheridan Broncs for 10 years. I think Parker Christensen, we won like 5, I think I called 7 state championships. And Parker Christensen, who was a beast. The kid was just, and half the problem is Wyoming kids, you said it, they play multiple sports all year. Where other kids in Texas, California, Colorado, they're playing football 12 months out of the year. They're playing basketball 12 months out of the year. They're just playing one sport. Our kids are playing 3 or 4 sports because we don't have the kids. So it's tough. But we got Droob that's on Wyoming right now. The fullback was from Gillette a couple years ago. I mean, there's Wyoming kids out there. We just can't have a team of 44 Wyoming kids.
Yeah, Andrew Johnson, starting safety last year from Cheyenne.
Yeah.
Backup kicker from Cheyenne. So there's evidence there. And we all crave for more Wyoming talent. It's just we've got to live the reality.
Yeah,
for sure.
Before I let you go, my question of the day: the higher seeds in the college football playoffs, 1-7 in the quarterfinals, are they getting screwed by playing these bowl games? Should they get a home game, the higher seed in the second round?
I think there's an argument to be made. And look, just like everything going on in college athletics right now, I think with this 12-team playoff, it's only in its second year. There's more changes coming. And I think it does open up opportunities for Mountain West teams, Pac-2 teams to have a bite at the apple, but you've got to have consistent, solid performance. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see it play out. I do think there's an argument. The on-campus experience of college football, I mean, look at game day on ESPN every Saturday morning. You can't replicate that at some of these larger venues. I mean, those like the Rose Bowl aside, that is it's just a memorable place. But to have, like the games played, the Texas Tech Miami game down in Lubbock, I know Coach Lanning at Oregon has argued for this. There's many that I think that will be an argument made to the NCAA, the FBS, and the college football playoff members. I could see that changing. Believe me, it all comes down to money. It's if they can get the revenue that they can by putting it at the Orange Bowl or the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, they'll find a way to get it done. But that's probably the biggest challenge right now is some of these college venues don't have the capacity.
That's half of it. So then go play at a pro stadium and get 70, 80,000 fans instead of 50 at the local venue. But I mean, it's just, you got a long wait, then you got to go on the road to play. It's just, and the other team just played a week ago. You're definitely at a disadvantage. But are we taking anybody? Who are we rooting for to win it all?
I think you've got to look at Indiana. Although they're the number one seed, they've got a great story. And I think as Wyoming alum, Wyoming fans, it should resonate with you. That should be our vision, our goal for where Wyoming football can be. But we're going to need support from every individual. We're going to need state support to get it there. Indiana's a great story, so that's who I've got my money on. How about you, Jeff?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely rooting for the Hoosiers. Them or Ole Miss. I
yes.
like the Ole Miss story, and if they win, boy, what
a game! Yes, and just a side note. Yeah. Jeff, look at their quarterback. I mean, for those who don't like the transfer portal, what another great example. Trinidad Chambliss. Where was he last year? Division II.
Ferris State, which who knows? I couldn't even tell you where that place is at.
Yeah, exactly. I had to look it up. I knew it was in the Great Lakes region somewhere, but Michigan.
Wow.
And how many teams probably passed him over? And Coach Kiffin and his staff said, you know what? Let's roll the dice. Amazing.
And he wasn't even the starter.
No.
And the starter got hurt. He started game 3, and the kid's been on fire.
Yeah. Let's go find our next Chambliss at Wyoming. Let's do that.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, they're out there. You just got to find them. Just
they
like
are.
Josh Allen, they're out there. We got to find them. Well, Brett, thanks so much, buddy. I appreciate you coming on.
You bet. Great to be here. Thanks, Jeff.
It's CowboyStateDaily.com. We're right back after this.
JB Hunt now has CLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. every day.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
$8:51 on your Saturday morning. Saturdays with Jeff right here on Cowboy State Daily, 6 until 10 a.m. Mountain Time. Big thanks to Brett McCoy for coming on. Brett, I didn't even get to half of the questions. I could have had him on till the top of the hour, but he's a busy man. But yeah, great Cowboy football fan, huge Wyoming Cowboy fan all the way around, Cowboy Joe Club member. I wanted to ask him how long he's been watching or going to Cowboy football games. But yeah, been there forever. If you go to Wyoming Cowboy football games, you've probably seen him. He's usually got his cowboy hat on. He's like in the 40-yard line, top of the first deck. I think he's in C or D. I haven't been to the new configuration. I never went to a game last year, which was a bummer. But I didn't want to be disappointed either. It's rough. It's rough out there. What'd you think of our discussion about the Wyoming Cowboys and the portal and Wyoming athletes and everything else? 307-620-8866. Let's see if we got any text messages or calls. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi. Okay. Somebody's texting us from a 347 number, wherever that is. The Wyoming Cowboy basketball team is in action tonight at the Pit. I think it's at 6 o'clock on CBS Sports. Both teams are 10-3, overall 1-1 in the Mountain West Conference. We have a couple studs this year on the team. It looks like New Mexico also has a couple studs on the team. Let's see here. Leland Walker leads the Pokes. He's averaging 13.5 points a game. Nas Meyer adds 13.4. Caden Bennett adds another 10. So we got three guys averaging double digits right now. New Mexico is led by Jake Hall. He averages 13.5. Dayton Albury adds 12.4. And this Tomislav Burlijan, this guy's almost averaging a double-double, 11 points, 9 rebounds for the Lobos. It's never easy to win at the Pit. I don't care how good, how terrible New Mexico is. It's never easy to win at the Pit. But the Pokes actually won at the Pit just a couple years back on Valentine's Day. 2023, the Pokes won at the Pit. Big game tonight. The Pokes are back at home coming up on the 6th, what's that? Tuesday night against UNLV. And I saw they're already trying to get some fans there. They're selling tickets for like $15. So if you're down in Laramie or anywhere close, please go and support the Wyoming Cowboys. 10-3 right now. They beat Air Force the other day on the road. They're back on the road tonight. Check them out, 6 o'clock tonight on CBS Sports. We'll talk more NFL coming up next hour. There are also 2 NFL games today, 2 huge ones on either ABC or ESPN or maybe both channels. We'll run down those coming up here in the next hour. Let's see. I told you about Big Head Todd and the Monsters. I was going to have an announcement after Christmas. I forgot to tell you about it, but I bought my wife. My wife has never been to Red Rocks. And I bought tickets to go see Big Head Todd and the Monsters this year for me and her coming up in June. And she wasn't very excited, which I kind of thought, it'd probably backfire on me. Once she opened up the gift, she was like, "This is more for you than me." I go, "No, it's not. You've never been to Red Rocks before." But I was going to look here and see on my concert list, because I have been to over 200 concerts in my life. If I type in Big Head Todd, how many come up? 11. I've seen Big Head Todd and the Monsters 11 times at least. Wow. And I'm under the weather if you just enjoyed the show. Woo! So yeah, this would be my 12th time at least seeing Big Head Todd and the Monsters coming up this year. 4 non-blondes are opening for them, though. I thought she might be excited about that. Let's see here. If I type in Metallica, I only get 8 results. I think I've seen Metallica more than 8 times. Pantera, 7 results. I think I've seen them 10 times now. And Fish, 10 results. So those are the bands that I've seen more than any others in my life. So Big Head Todd might be number 1 after I go see him in June at Red Rocks this year. Okay, so I got a couple more minutes. Till the top of the hour. I always get worried that I'm sitting here rambling and I forget what time it is. My dog this week, life never ends. Never ends. My St. Bernard got mad at my Yorkie. As my Yorkie, he'll go and steal the St. Bernard's toys and go downstairs because the St. Bernard doesn't like stairs and she won't go down the stairs. Hold on. And then my Yorkie, he'll get cocky and he'll forget and he'll bring the toy back upstairs. And once he emerges back from the staircase, my St. Bernard will lunge at him to scare him, and then he'll drop the toy and then she'll get it. I don't know what happened on, was it Tuesday or Wednesday night this week? But at 10:30 at night, my son or daughter, one of them came in this room and was like, "Oh my God, something happened to Rudy. You got to come look at his eye." And I was like, "Oh man." So I go out in the living room and his eye is protruding out of his head. And on the inside of it, his eye is all black, but on the inside of it, it's just bright red, like half an inch, just bright red. It's swollen. It's sticking out of his head. But he's fine. Nobody even noticed it until somebody looked at him and was like, "Holy cow, what happened to the dog?" So my wife's freaking out. She gets on the phone. Well, she's worried. I don't want to say that. She's trying to call the vet emergency line. Called, left a couple messages. A couple minutes later, we're still standing there. What are we going to do? Do I got to take him in? What should we do? The dog is not grimacing. He's not crying. You wouldn't even know until you look at him. So I'm like, well, he's not acting like he's in pain. So finally, a couple minutes later, the phone rings. Vet calls. She's on the phone with him for 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Hangs up. I was like, what was that? What'd they say to you? And she's like, well, he said, is the dog traumatized? Does he seem like he's in pain? Any of that? She's like, no, it just looks nasty. And he's like, okay, well, that's fine. We'll check him out tomorrow. That was it. I go, well, I guess he didn't want to do anything at 10:30 at night on a Tuesday or Wednesday night. So the dog's been in. I think he went in on Wednesday. It must have been Tuesday night. Went on Wednesday. Cost me over $300 to get his eye fixed. I took him back again yesterday to get it checked on. It's doing better. The pressures went down. It's clearing up. The redness is went way down, so it's a lot better. Dog's fine. He loves the attention. He never usually gets that much attention because of the two cats and the St. Bernard get all the attention. So he's kind of loving life right now, but he's doing much better. So that's a plus. Took him in yesterday. They looked at him for, I think, 9 minutes. Cost me another $89. We're in the wrong business. That's for sure. It's the top of the hour. Dugan Irby, singer-songwriters, coming up next.
9 a.m.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. It's estimated 25 to 35% of Wyoming's forests are now dominated by ghost forests, standing dead timber from beetle epidemics and disease. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that researchers are saying it's time to start paying attention to limber pine before it follows the white bark into crisis.
Some of the samples were taken from trees in Wyoming, and basically they found that some limber pine have a genetic resistance. They have a gene that repels this rust fungus that causes this rust condition. But they've also found that there's some strains of this fungus that can overcome this genetic defense. And so it's a tough time to be a limber pine. There's a couple of famous limber pines actually in Wyoming. There was one near Grand Teton National Park that was iconic, and then there's one on the highway between Laramie and Cheyenne that is growing out of a rock.
Limber pines can live 2,000 years or more and survive where almost nothing else will, clinging to windswept ridges and rocky outcrops. People who shoot prairie dogs in Colorado should have to pick up the lead-riddled carcasses. So says a group calling for more regulation of hunting the rodents. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the group, Grasslands Colorado, is saying that hunting also leads to other wildlife getting lead poisoning.
They see it. People are coming on there and just mowing the prairie dogs down. They think it's actually gotten to the point where it threatens the prairie dog population, number one. And number two, they're worried about lead, like if bullets fragment inside prairie dogs and then a hawk or a coyote or whatever, badger comes along and eats the carcass, that animal's going to get, a secondary case of lead poisoning. So there's concern about that. What this group is calling for is saying, you know what? If people are going to shoot prairie dogs, they should at least be obligated to go collect the carcasses afterwards. And that would be unprecedented because the long-standing tradition is you shoot prairie dogs, you just leave them out there.
The group claims that recreational shooters kill so many prairie dogs on the Comanche National Grassland in southeastern Colorado that they're pushing the animals' colonies to the verge of extinction. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Welcome to 2026. The Wyoming Veterans Commission proudly declares this year the Year of the Veteran. A year to honor service, strengthen communities, and build lasting connections across our great state. To every veteran, past, present, and future, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and your dedication. Wyoming stands with you. Today, tomorrow, and always. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop first these AI platforms It has a lot of military applications that are already in place. But the real race here, it is an arms race from what everybody is saying, is to who develops these platforms that basically the rest of the world is going to use. Because, we do something, the rest of the world adopts it. China does something, the rest of the world adopts it. The main question comes down to which country's values do you want guiding the rest of the world?
American Edge Project CEO Doug Kelly tells Cowboy State Daily that when people ask, should we be afraid of AI and its potential to take over our daily lives, or embrace it as the next technological evolution that can be as transformative to society as the internet, the answer, he says, to both is yes. Sublette County's top prosecutor argued in a Tuesday court filing that Wyoming's law allowing people to capture wolves doesn't excuse Cody Roberts. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that attorney Robert Piper is urging District Court Judge Richard Lavery to dismiss the felony animal cruelty charge Roberts is facing.
You have the prosecutor saying this conduct slips between the words and the exemption. It's apart from the things we're allowed to do with wild animals. And you have the defense attorney saying, no, this exemption is broad. It covers this conduct.
Roberts is accused of running over a gray wolf with a snowmobile and taping the injured animal's mouth shut, then taking it into a bar before shooting it in late February of 2024. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalized.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence. Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe. I completely disagree.
I'm not going to listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Can you hear me?
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff. Saturdays with Jeff. CowboyStateDaily.com. We're on YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch. You name it, we are there. And I think he is in the Zoom room right now. Singer-songwriter, Sheridan favorite, Dugan Irby is back. Well, at least for one night. Anyway, he's playing a show tonight at the WYO Theater starting at 7 o'clock. Head to wyotheater.com right now to grab your tickets. Last night when I counted, there was like 50, maybe. So go and get your tickets now. Well, Dugan, first, thanks so much for coming on, buddy.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
I chatted with you after WYO Jam. I think it was 2 years ago. You were thinking about it was time to get out of town, time for something else. What was it finally that got you to Colorado? Was it different musicians? What was it?
Oh man, that was a big year of change, that one. We had a band for a long time, the Dugan Irby Band, and that's the fellows I played with at WYO Jam.
Yep.
Our drummer, Titus Brown, he decided that he wanted to be a family man, which is fantastic. He just had him and his beautiful wife just had their second kid just a few months back, and so he's doing that sort of thing. And so I guess that was an easy out. It was a super nice transition from playing with those fellas into moving on, and then it just kind of all worked out that way, I guess. It was time. It was just time.
Yeah,
you know,
it was completely time.
Yeah,
you'd played here a ton of shows. It was just, yeah. And I even told you the time, I was like, dude, you need to get out of here and get some different experiences. And you have. And then now you're back, and this is where you should be. You've said on a post on your Facebook page, first you were traveling. Where did we go?
Oh, shoot. I went down to North Carolina, drove to North Carolina, was there for a while. And then I spent some time in Florida. And then after that, I spent a little bit of time in Oklahoma. I watched my little brother. He shows horses. He was at the World Show there.
Oh, wow.
And I watched him, and then I ended up breaking my back in 3 places, so I had to come home for a while. Kind of a crazy story there.
How did that happen? Yeah.
The unofficial story is it was a horse accident. It was at a horse show, so I say it was a horse accident, but maybe that might be embellished slightly. But I came home for a while, and I rested up and, saved up some money and worked and recovered and made the jump down to Colorado. And I've been there coming up on a year now.
Wow. Well, how's the back? Because I've got friends that have broken their back, and it's like not good.
It's pretty great, actually.
Well, that's good.
I healed up real good. Yeah, I had a good team of physical therapists, and we made it work.
Yeah, no, he can still play guitar. That's
yes, I can. Yeah, my hands work still. Yeah.
So, did you know musicians in Colorado, or how'd you start hooking up with people?
Yeah, so a few years back, this lady kind of dropped out of the sky. Her name is Jan Gwen. And she used to work in the music industry back in the day, and her husband trains horses, and they moved down the road from my folks. And so that was kind of the perfect combination. My little brother works for them at their barn from time to time, and rides under their team. And Jan was connected everywhere. She heard me play here in town and called me in for a meeting and said that she wanted to help me out. And so she had moved up here from Colorado and had a lot of connections down there. So we started slowly creeping towards Colorado, and then we got the deal with the studio. We found a producer and found a studio that would have us, and decided it was time to make the jump.
Wow. Yeah, it's not about what you can do, it's about who you know most of the time.
Exactly. Yes.
And everything in life. Wow, it's crazy. So where at in Colorado? Are you in Fort Collins, Denver? Are you south? Where are you at?
Well, growing up in Sheridan, the big city was a big jump for me. I moved right to Denver right off the bat. I was only there for about 3 months because I wanted to move right out of Denver right after I moved there. It's not a terrible place, but it's just a lot going on. So I'm in between Fort Collins and Denver in a little rural place. I actually live in a barn with 30 or 40 horses.
Oh, cool. Well,
yeah.
So I can only imagine. We've heard your previous stuff. What's the new vibe? How have we I mean, where have we headed with this new stuff?
Oh man, I have a really hard time with my songwriting and with my sound. I have a hard time putting myself in one concrete box. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's I try not to write objectively. I try to just write whatever comes out. So this new record that we've been working on it's all pretty well connected, but it's a little bit all over the place. It's I don't know. We've had a lot of different people say a lot of different things about it, but it all goes back to sort of the country rock and blues sort of deal.
Yeah. And you can see Dugan, you can hear some of the new stuff for the first time ever tonight at the Wyeth Theater. Go and get your tickets before they are gone. WyethTheater.com. Show starts at 7 o'clock tonight. It's Dugan Irby with friends. So we'll ask you about that here in a second. Well, when was the last time you played live?
Last time I played live was at a shitty dive bar in Colorado. Sorry, I said a bad word. Just recently.
Okay.
I ended up having I have a jacket that I ruined. It's covered in blood, actually. It was one of those weird nights. But yeah, shitty dive bar in Colorado was the most recent place I played. But I drove down for New Year's and got up on stage with Chris Daniels and the Kings and sang some songs with them in Lyons, Colorado, just a few days ago. And Chris Daniels of the Kings has been the producer on this new record, and he drove up to Sheridan yesterday, so he's going to be on guitar tonight.
Nice. Well,
yeah,
that was my next question is who's playing with you tonight? So Chris is one of them. Who else do we have?
Chris is one of them. Chris is really fantastic. I feel really lucky to have worked with him over this last year. So we have Chris, and then Chris's bass player. His name's Johnny Thornburg. He plays a 6-string bass, and he's the sweetest old fellow I've ever met. So he's on bass. We were meant to have a lady named Hazel Miller drive up and sing with us. She's kind of a Colorado staple.
Wow,
she
Hazel Miller? Wow, that sings with Big Head Todd?
Yes, exactly.
Wow,
I'm so happy
I
you know
love
her.
Hazel.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. She just sang the anthem at the Broncos Chiefs game a month or so ago.
Yeah.
But she unfortunately is under the weather this week, and so she had to take the time to rest up and heal up. But moving on to the rest of the band, we have the Conkle brothers. They're here from Sheridan. Eric Conkle plays in the bluegrass band Trout Goggles. He is my closest friend, and we've had a hard time putting a figure on him, an exact name. He was there for kind of the birth of all of these new songs, and he helped me put them together and organize them and finish writing them. And then we recorded all the demos here at Eric's house. And then his brother Joe is on drums, Joe Conkle.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. So a little flavor from Wyoming and Colorado tonight. For
yes,
the show.
Exactly. It's a crazy combination. We practiced last night for the first time, all of us together. We've been doing separate practices, which is a little tough, but I think we just might pull it off. And then we have special features coming up. Just for a few songs, we have a fella named Leaf Mitchell. He's a postman on Main Street here in Sheridan. He plays viola, and he is pretty unbelievable. So he'll be up there. We kind of have the postmen with us as features. We have John Boonder from Buffalo on the saxophone. That'll be fantastic. He showed up to practice last night, and I had him written in for, I think, 3 songs, and we ended up leaving practice with him on 5 or 6 because he's just that good. And then we have Ryder Scott. I think he's 15. He's a kid I've been giving lessons to for a long time before I moved down there. Been working with him for a lot of years now. He plays all over Sheridan, doing a solo acoustic gig. So we're going to have him come out as a little pay it forward sort of situation, you know?
Yeah. Nice. Well, that's cool. So, yeah, you're going to get a mix of all kinds of cool stuff tonight. Wild Theater, 7 o'clock. Get your tickets now before they are gone. They actually open up the balcony because Dugan had sold out the main floor. So that's got to make you feel special a little bit that I've been gone for a while. I come back and people actually want to see me again.
Yes. Yeah. Nobody forgot. I was worried about it going into it. You know, I expected maybe 200 seats sold, and that's 200 of my friends plus some random guy. You know what I mean? But the seats are selling at a crazy rate, and I feel really, really grateful with the response we've had. So it is really fantastic.
Yeah, it's awesome. So go and get your tickets if you want to go. You better go get them now, wildtheater.com, because I'm pretty sure it'll be sold out before 7 o'clock tonight. So the new album, so how much is done? Are we 80%? Are they done? We just waiting to release it? Where are we at?
We have all of the songs recorded. It's going to be 11 of them. We have them all recorded. We're going back. I go back down to Colorado to wrap them up here in the next 2 weeks. We have to do the final mix down, add a couple more backup vocal harmony parts, and then we go to mastering. But then we're going to shop them around a little bit first before we put them out. We're going to kind of cast the line out and see if anything bites. Is the plan on that. So we don't have an official release date, but I imagine they'll be out late spring, early summer.
Yeah. So who knows in this crazy music business what happens? I mean,
if there was a roadmap, we'd all take that road.
Yeah, I say that to so many artists. I've interviewed hundreds of artists. It's like if we know the secret sauce, we'd all be doing it. But People hold on to albums for years before they release them because it's timing. It's timing.
Yes.
But yeah, it's crazy. Well, you got me intrigued with this Hazel Miller. How did we meet Hazel?
So Hazel and Chris Daniels have sang together for years and years. I think the story goes, hopefully Chris isn't listening because I'm probably going to misquote him. Chris was on stage, I think he was playing with Al Cooper, actually, somewhere down in Colorado, and Hazel had come from Kentucky. She was trying to drive to California, and her U-Haul broke down in Denver. And so she was attending the show that Chris was playing with Al Cooper, and Chris heard her singing in the audience.
Wow.
And so he reached out to her on the side. He said, "Hey, you're a singer. Get up here." Sort of like that. And so Hazel jumped up, and obviously everybody was blown away because she's so fantastic. And they've been great friends for years and years and years. And so that was a connection through Chris and through Jan. Hazel actually sings backup on a couple songs on my new record.
Wow.
Which is such an honor.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a wonderful lady, man.
Oh, she is so wonderful. I was just talking about it. I've seen Big Head Todd 12 times. I've seen her at Red Rocks 8 or 9 times. Every time she comes out, she just blows you away. I mean, you could see her 10 times, and every single time you're just awestruck because she'll do something even crazier or hold that note or just belt it out. When she comes out at Red Rocks, the crowd goes crazy because you're going to get a treat. And her and Todd just give like each other the look, and they just go at it. And she is a very special lady.
Yes, and it's phenomenal. When she came to the studio, I sat in the sound booth, and she was out there in the studio recording, and it just, I had to go get a jacket from my car because I had goosebumps so bad. I felt like I was freezing.
Yeah.
And then she came back in to listen, and I just sat there just completely awestruck and blown away. And I looked at the fellas. I looked at Kevin Clark, the engineer, and Chris Daniels and Hazel, and I said, "Who am I to who am I to get to be in this room with you guys and have this opportunity?" And Hazel, she got really, really serious, and she called me over. She said, "Give me your hand." And I kind of, turned my head a little bit. I was a little confused about what she was asking me for. So I gave her my hand, and she slapped the shit out of my hand. And she said, "Don't you ever say that again. You deserve to be here. You are Dugan Irby," which is the craziest thing. She imbued me with the mojo.
Wow. That's an honor right there, Dugan. That's huge. Oh, that's awesome. That's a killer story. Tonight, you'll hear more stories. You'll get to see them live. You get to hear some new songs. How many new songs are we going to throw out tonight?
I think we might do 11. We'll do 11 new songs. We're going to do a couple cover tunes. Chris is going to play one of his. We're going to play one of Chris's. It's going to be a great show.
Yeah, full show tonight. You're going to get your money's worth. WildTheater.com. The tickets are, what, $24? It's nothing. So
$24 online. I think they're cheaper at the box office. Yeah.
Yeah, so if they're open today, go and grab one at the box office or go to WildTheater.com. So we're heading back to Colorado the next couple of weeks, finish the album, hopefully here in the next 6 months. And then are we going to tour this summer? What are we thinking?
Well, that's the weird part. This is the part that drives my mom crazy because she says, "What's your plan? Where are you going? What are you doing?" And I have no answers. Everything is contingent on the next step.
Exactly.
We have to do the first step before we do the three after it. So I'd hope to. I'm really hoping to play a lot. I go back down and I have a couple meetings with some people down there that are trying to get me to play. It's looking like the Moxie Theater in Greeley is going to be a place that I'll be from time to time right now. But I actually ship off to California in January after we get done in Colorado to go do some songwriting work out there. Oh. So it's all over the place.
Yeah. So who knows where the road will travel next for Dugan Irby, but you can see him tonight. Wild Theater, 7:00. Go to wildtheater.com and get your tickets before they are gone. Well, Dugan, thanks so much for getting up and giving us a little piece of your time today. We appreciate it, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It was a good reason to wake up this morning. I got stuff to do. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, exactly. Now you can get on the rest of your day. Well, good luck tonight.
Thank you, sir. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. There he is, Dugan Irby. Go and check him out, wildtheater.com to get your tickets. Yeah, there's like 4 seats down at the floor, and the rest are up in the balcony. But every seat's a good seat in the house at the Wild Theater. Go check him out tonight, 7 o'clock, right here in Sheridan. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Big thanks to Dugan Irby for joining us on the show this morning. CowboyStateDaily.com. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, 9:27 on your Saturday, January 3rd. Give me a call. What do you think of the show so far? It's 307-620-8866. What do you think about Montana State Bobcats heading to the FCS Championship on Monday night against Illinois State? Wyoming Cowboy football. We chatted with Brett McCoy about the portal, about Wyoming kids playing for Wyoming. Give me a call if you want to talk about that. Also, the question of the day is, what do you think about the second round, the quarterfinal round of the college football playoffs being at the higher seeds home stadium and not a bowl game? The higher seeds with the first round bye are 1-7. in the last 2 years. 1 in 7. Something's got to change. If you're a higher seed, you're just like, this is not good. Indiana is the only higher seed that has knocked off a lower seed in the quarterfinal round of the college football playoffs. It's crazy. Big thanks to Victor Flores in the first hour, the Montana State Bobcat beat writer. He previewed the FCS championship game Monday night, 5:30 on ESPN. The Bobcats are favored by 10. My daughter, who goes to Montana State, I don't know what she was doing this morning. She left, and then she just came back home. I don't know what she was up to today. Oh. How was your New Year's? What'd you do? I sat right here. I watched some stuff. I just can't stand Ryan Seacrest. I'm sorry. He drives me nuts. I watched a little bit of it. I did like Pitbull. He actually sang. Diana Ross, which I was shocked that Diana Ross was on the show. She is 81 years old. She pulled a Cher, though, and just pretty much had the backing vocals with the microphone on. You know, where you're just kind of lip syncing to your own music. That's kind of what she was doing. Ooh, my daughter just texted me. She might come in here and talk about Stranger Things. Say, sure, if you want to. I don't think she watched the final one yet. If she wants to come in, come on in. We've got 30 minutes to kill. But yeah, what do you think about New Year's Eve festival? What'd you watch on New Year's Eve? Did you watch Anderson Cooper and what's his name? Make fools out of themselves, getting hammered and bashing New York City Mayor Eric Adams? That didn't go over well. If you missed it this morning, some headlines right now. The Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, has been captured along with his wife. They are on their way to New York City, where they will be indicted, President Trump says. Crazy video. If you go online to Twitter, probably anywhere, you can go check out some crazy video of the night sky being engulfed in flames after U.S. strikes. And now they're saying the Venezuelans are celebrating Maduro's capture in jubilant photos. I saw a clip earlier this morning where he was saying that all the cocaine that comes through Venezuela comes from Colombia. He was just throwing Colombia under the bus. No, it's not us. Come on. It's not us at all. 7 Brews. 7 Brews Coffee is coming to Sheridan, Wyoming. Do we need another coffee shop? I swear Sheridan is turning into coffee shops, banks, and liquor stores. That's what we have here. I'm going to sneeze. We just had one coffee shop close up. Hetty's Hearth or whatever it was called. But we have what? Is it a City Brew? I think City Brew's gone. What's it called? The one by Safeway. We've got that one. We've got Starbucks. We've got Java Moon. We've got Java Moon Station. We've got a Scooters. Now we're getting a 7 Brews. I haven't even had a coffee at Scooters yet. Ooh, my daughter has entered the room here. Let's see. Here, go get on that microphone over there, Chloe. Put it up to your mouth there. There
Can you hear
go.
Me?
There you go. We can hear you.
Okay.
So I don't think you've made it through all of it yet, right? What episode of Stranger Things are we on?
I'm on only episode 2, volume 2.
And how many are there? 3?
There's 3 more.
Oh, you still have 3 more episodes?
Wait. I think there's 2 more. One being the finale.
Okay.
So I need 1 more episode in this volume and then another volume. I have 1 more episode.
So this was, you watched last night, the first one that came out on Christmas, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was it?
It was good, but there was just a few things that were kind of out of pocket that I wasn't expecting.
What do you mean by that? Characters or direction of the story? What?
Both. I mean, I found out that the upside down like the alternate reality is a completely different thing than what they thought the entire time.
So
now,
they threw a complete curveball at you.
Yeah, they're respinning the story. And also a character has been promoted to like the biggest superhero, which is kind of also crazy to see.
That's weird.
Overall, a lot of things that I wasn't prepared for, but I'm very excited to see where it pans out.
And I kind of told you some headlines that some people might be perishing. Somebody might be dying here.
I've heard that from multiple sources.
Yeah.
And I'm not happy about it.
I think it's only one.
That's what I've heard. It's
Maybe.
only one significant character.
Yeah.
Don't know the gender, though, so.
Chloe's in here now. The cats are in
Yeah,
here.
I was walking this direction, and I hear all the cats meowing at the door, trying to get in.
They're clamoring to get into the studio here to hang out with me.
Yeah.
During the
Sunny
show.
especially.
Yeah. Sunny can't be without me for more than a half an hour. So, I mean, last night, it sounded, I was trying to sleep, but you had it so loud, it was like I was sleeping in Centennial Theaters.
In my defense, I could barely hear it.
That's what they always say. Every time I go, that's why I didn't go down and complain, because I knew that's what I would hear.
I literally could not even hear the characters' voices. It only sounded loud.
I could hear it just fine.
It only sounded loud because of the, like, action scenes.
Yeah, and then once the music hits, the whole house rumbles.
Yeah, I was not aware of that, so that's on me. Thought it was less loud than it really was.
Just watch it every night except Friday night. You know, when your old man's got to get up at
there's
5
the cat.
o'clock in the morning. Oh, there's a cat. Here's Rudy with his crown head on. He's even trying to make an entrance.
Yeah.
Or his cone head.
No one wants to see that, I don't think.
Nobody wants to see that or that crazy eye sticking out of his head. What were you doing this morning?
I went to coffee with a friend.
Oh, okay.
Before she left for college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was nice of you. I was like, what is Chloe doing awake?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to bed for probably like 5 more hours because I'm running off 7 hours of sleep.
I'm running off like 3. So what are you talking about?
Well, I'm used to getting 12. You're usually getting like 6.
Yeah.
So
when are we going to watch the rest of Stranger Things?
Well, now that my trip to Denver is no longer happening, probably tonight I'll end up binge watching the rest.
But you have like at least 4 hours, right?
I'm willing to sit down and do it all at one chunk. The last episode, the finale, is 2 hours and 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
So that in itself, I probably have like 6 hours left of Stranger Things, 5 maybe. Because last night I started episode 2, but then Mom texted me and said that you were mad about the noise because it was loud.
Well, that's good.
So then I was like, well, let's stop watching because it's too loud and then we won't be able to hear and, then you won't be able to enjoy
Yeah, and it was already like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and at that point, it was 1:30 and I could have stayed up for probably 2 more episodes, but...
Was your brother watching this?
No, he was gaming.
Oh, okay.
He's not quite there on the Stranger Things level.
He's not all in on Stranger Things.
No.
Just yet. If anyone's out there, there's got to be some Stranger Things fans out there.
Oh, yeah.
Give us a call, 307-620-8866, if you've watched it all or if you haven't watched.
I'll be back next Saturday. Is that when the next show is?
Next show is next Saturday. You going to give us a recap?
Yes, I'll be back after the final episode. And
are you going to be here next Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
I leave Sunday.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be here, and that's when I'll have every detail known.
And who died and what happened.
Yes, yeah. So then I'll have a more...
I saw some headlines yesterday where they were kind of... every show that ends, the writers or producers, they get some grief.
Yeah.
You can't make everyone happy. But where was it? They were saying that, whatever people think, they're happy with what they did to end the series.
Yeah, I've heard that, honestly, this season has kind of been flopping. I think one of the episodes was rated, like, worst out of every single season. The episode that I'm on right now, I think, got, like, a 5 out of 10.
Ouch.
Yeah. So I think this season's definitely not favored compared to the other ones, but I guess that's just what happens when you're ending a show. And when you're
and it's been like 3 or 4 years since the last season.
Yeah, and it's just like, how are you going to change up the script and like the storyline when it's been this way for like 4 seasons?
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's still a good show.
You're still sticking
hasn't
with it.
Watched it, go watch it for the first time. I wish I could again. But
you've rewatched it like 3 times.
And I'll do it again.
Oh man.
I love rewatching shows. What can I say?
Yes, you do. How many times have you watched an Adam Sandler movie?
Like, lost count. 50 probably.
It's a sign of intelligence when you watch movies over and over and over and over again?
I guess so.
Or a sign of boredom?
Probably both.
One of the two.
Definitely probably boredom, but we're going to go with intelligence for today.
We're going to go with intelligence. So next Saturday, we'll pencil you in. You're going to have to wake up, though.
I know. I'll try to get up at like 9:30. Well, at that point, I'll be needing to fix my sleep schedule anyway because I'll have to go back to school.
Yeah.
And so I'll need to be like going to bed earlier because recently I've been going to bed at like 2 a.m., sleeping till like 1 p.m.
Yeah, this girl can sleep for 12 hours at a time.
Yeah. So that's
I wish I could.
Gonna need to change, definitely. But for now, I'm gonna go do the same thing that I usually do. Sleep until like 1 probably. And then wake up and watch Stranger Things. So
there you go.
Yeah, that's my day.
All right. Well,
see you next Saturday.
See you next Saturday.
And I'll take the cats, I guess.
You gonna take the cats out of here?
One of them. I can't get him.
One of them. You don't want to grab Chunk. He might bite you. Get Conehead out of here too.
Come on, animals.
All right. There goes 2 of the 4 animals. I'm shocked Maggie didn't come in here. Oh, what do you think of Stranger Things? I haven't watched 1 second of Stranger Things ever. Well, actually, I think I've watched about 30 seconds walking through the room when she's been watching it. But other than that, I'm clueless on Stranger Things. But she loves it, so must be a good show. All right. Well, I have to blow my nose, and we'll be back for the last 15 minutes right after this.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily show with Jeff. Saturdays with Jeff right here on Cowboy State Daily, 9:43 on your Saturday, January 3rd. Just down to one cat, just me and Chunk hanging out with you. He will not leave my window because it's open. He's just ready to pounce on something. What's out there? What's out there, Chunk? What's going on? Question of the day, NCAA college football playoffs. Should the quarterfinal round, the second round, be at the higher seed stadium and not at a bowl game? The last 2 years of the college football playoffs, the higher seed with a first round bye are 1-7 in the last 2 years. 1-7. Not good. What are your thoughts on that? 307-620-8866. Give me a call. Last segment of the show. Let me check the text or the call line, see if anyone's tried to call us. No. Give me a call. This is your last chance until next Saturday. Well, first, before the new year, Facebook thought I needed to be in shape. It was all about getting out of that dad bod and getting in shape. And now it's all ED ads. Now it's all erectile dysfunction ads. Facebook just makes you depressed about yourself. I feel like a complete piece of trash. Now I feel like I need to do Kegel exercises, eat baking soda or cayenne pepper or whatever the hell they keep telling me on Facebook. What's the deal? I told you at Christmas time, I said, Facebook, I'm in the best shape of my life. And I think my stuff's working. But what's next? What's next to scare you? It's crazy. I mean, I should just get... let me go to my Facebook page right now. First off, big shout out to Matt Cardona, also known as Zack Ryder. He showed up last night on SmackDown. He has signed a WWE contract. He was with the WWE as Zack Ryder for 14 years. He was let go April 15th of 2020. He went and made a name for himself on the indies as his real name, Matt Cardona. And he showed up last night on a 3-hour SmackDown. And he is back. He has signed a WWE contract. He says, I'm always ready and I'm not finished. Buy my new shirt on WWEshop.com. Well, Matt, if the damn shirt wasn't $35, I'd buy one. T-shirts are $35. Well, I should buy one because if I go to a concert, I'll buy one for $45. So what's the difference? All right, let me refresh my Facebook feed here. All right, we have Facebook memories. There's actually a friend's post. Then there's Alex Lemonade Stand Foundation to pull at your heartstrings. Oh, there's me on Cowboy State Daily. What's this? Andy, Wyoming. When are we going to talk about Wyoming state issues? When a state allows landlord entry without notice, what practical recourse do tenants realistically have if something goes wrong? And do you think that creates an accountability gap compared to states with notice requirements? Oh, landlord entry without notice? Really? You can do that in Wyoming? Blake Hunkins was on. He said, great job, both of you. Thanks, Blake, for tuning into the show. Anyone can always call into the show. Phone's open. 307-620-8866. Right? No, it's right there. Right there. 307-620-8866. It's a real easy number. Give me a call. Okay, so I guess I don't have any ED ads. Keith Richards wishing you all a happy new year. How's that guy still alive? Boy, I am like halfway down and it's all ads, but I have not seen one thing where my member doesn't work. Maybe they've given it a rest for a minute. Huh. Well, it's early. It's early right now. Again, if you missed it, the big news nationwide today that President Trump and the U.S. Armed Forces have captured, not like President Trump was in Venezuela fighting this morning. No, he wasn't. But they have captured Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan leader, and also his wife, and they are en route to New York City where they're going to be indicted, President Trump says. And now Venezuela is celebrating. I just went on Twitter or X, and it's always, one side or the other. There's one post that Thomas Massie is going nuclear on Trump's regime change war in Venezuela. How'd that work out in Cuba, Libya, Iraq, and Syria? Do we need another Afghanistan in the Western Hemisphere? This is about oil and regime change. And then the post right underneath it shows Venezuelans in Florida break down in tears celebrating at a gas station after the U.S. military captured Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. So we'll see what comes out of this. It says, the constitutional framers understood a simple truth: to the extent that war-making power devolves to one person, liberty dissolves. By escalating toward war, we would predictably create countless refugees. Are we prepared to receive swarms of the 25 million Venezuelans who will likely become refugees? Well, if it's a regime change and they're happy he's gone, maybe they'll stick around. Who knows? Spin it one way or the other. We had Dugan Irby on the show. He is performing tonight at 7 o'clock at the Ohio Theater. Dugan Irby along with special guests. If you missed any of it, you can catch the replay right after the show. It'll be posted on YouTube. If you go to YouTube, just type in Cowboy State Daily or go to cowboystatedaily.com, and it'll be posted on there so you can catch the replay of the show. Let's see. We've had some pretty good listeners today for being our first Saturday show. We appreciate any of you tuning in and listening. I will be here every Saturday. If you're interested in coming on the show, send me an email, jeff@cowboystatedaily.com. My dryer, is Marshall out there listening? Is he listening to the Saturday show as well? My dryer is still running great. Still got the brand new one sitting right next to it, just waiting. The old one's never going to die now. It's never going to die. It's crazy. Gas in Sheridan, Wyoming is hovering around $2.50 a gallon. It's crazy. Let's go to Gas Buddy here and let's see if we can look at other places. Find gas. Let's search by city or zip code. Let's see in Casper, Wyoming. They always have cheap gas. Oh my gosh. The Exxon in Casper is $1.84 a gallon. Sam's Club's $1.90. The Flying J is $1.95. Holy cow. The highest gas in Casper is at the Exxon on Wyoming Boulevard for $2.01. Jeez. Then why is it $2.50 in Sheridan? Let's look at Cheyenne, Wyoming. $2.19, $2.24, $2.29. Okay. It's a little better. Well, not as good as Casper. Holy cow. Yeah, Sheridan, the Cenex is $2.49, Holiday is $2.51, Mavericks $2.50, Circle K, which was formerly the Holiday, is at $2.53 now. It's actually went down 2 cents from yesterday. But that's good. Gas is going down. Are groceries going down at all? I don't know. I don't think so. I know price of meat's not going down. In Laramie, $2.17 at Sinclair, $2.29 at Conoco. Love's Travel stops at $2.39. Yeah, I was excited and happy that gas was around $2.50 in Sheridan, and hopefully it'll keep on going down. Got a few minutes left in the show. Let's take a look at the NFL slate this weekend. Today, a couple huge games. The Carolina Panthers are at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 2:30 today. What is that? The NFC? Is it the North? That's for the division title there. And Seattle at San Francisco. That's tonight at 6 o'clock. I think that is that for the number one seed in the playoffs? Let's see here. Standings. The NFC. Oh, it's the NFC South, the Panthers and Buccaneers. So the winner of that game will win the NFC South and clinch a playoff spot. And then the Seahawks and Niners, yeah, the winner of that's going to get the number one seed in the AFC, or excuse me, the NFC playoffs. Wow, what a division, the NFC West. The Seahawks are 13-3, the Niners are 12-4, and the Rams are 11-5. Any of those three teams could win it all. That's crazy. And then tomorrow is the final day of the NFL regular season. There's really not too many games at stake. The big one is my Pittsburgh Steelers taking on the Baltimore Ravens. Sunday Night Football tomorrow night. Sorry, snot was about ready to run down my face. The Steelers are at home, but the Ravens are favored by 3.5. Ugh. It's rough being a Steelers fan the last couple of years. We start out so well and then choke down the stretch. They're inches away from winning the division title, making the playoffs. All we have to do is beat our arch rival, the Baltimore Ravens. The Denver Broncos are at home against the Los Angeles Chargers. The Broncos are favored by 13.5. That's insane. I don't think the Chargers are playing anybody, though. I think they're resting everybody for the playoffs. But that, and the Broncos still probably have a shot to get to wrap up the number one seed in the AFC. They are 13-3. The Jags are 12-4, and the Patriots are 13-3. So it's going to come down to those three teams to see who can secure that top spot and the bye in the first round of the NFL playoffs. Who are you going for? We got about 3 minutes left in the show. 307-620-8866. Not 672. That's a Sheridan prefix. Man. First weekend of 2026. We survived New Year's. How's 2026 going to go? What are we thinking? What's going to be the big stories of 2026? There's a funny story on CowboyStateDaily.com. Wyoming responds to PETA by issuing a pro rodeo license plate. It's hilarious. Wyoming issued a new pro rodeo license plate yesterday in response to PETA asking for a plate without the iconic bucking bronco, claiming rodeo is cruel. One state legislator said PETA's request made him want to celebrate rodeo even more prominently. And they did. A specially licensed plate released yesterday depicting a crisp black and white photograph of a cowboy riding the famous Saddle Bronc steamboat is Wyoming's answer to a strongly worded letter by PETA sent to legislative leadership 2 summers ago. PETA, you're messing with the wrong people in Wyoming. Yeah, the new license plate says rodeo, the official sport of Wyoming. The letter also urged as alternatives using the silhouette of a majestic horse or a triceratops, the state dinosaur. You're going to have a hard time getting rid of Steamboat. That's the Wyoming mascot. There's no way. For the Wyoming Cowboys, for everybody. No way we're getting rid of that. I'm sorry. Oh, I think President Trump is getting ready to do a press conference at Mar-a-Lago. That's coming up at the top of the hour. Jake will be back on Monday. Big thanks to Jake for getting us set up yet again. My goal is here in the next couple of weeks or whenever is that Jake doesn't have to wake up at all. And we can do everything. So the guy can get some sleep. I thought I never slept. He was announcing a hockey game or something last night. But, yeah, that's our goal, is to get Jake a weekend of rest. Sad news this week. Tommy Lee Jones, his daughter Victoria, was found dead at age 34. I think that was on New Year's Day in San Francisco. I still don't think we know the cause. I mean, we could probably speculate, but no thanks. Also, there was a weird story that I can't even find anymore because I think Will Smith buried it. A lawsuit was brought against Will Smith for trying to groom his male violinist that was on tour with him. It was just a crazy story. I saw it late the other night, and then I tried to find it again yesterday. It's gone. I was like, boy, that's weird. But yeah, and then Chris Jericho could be coming back to the WWE on Monday night. We got a big Raw Monday night for you WWE fans. Thank you so much for listening to Jeff, to me, right here, Saturday mornings on Cowboy State Daily. Have a wonderful week. We'll catch you back here again next Saturday for 4 more hours.
I do not have fun at all.
10 a.m.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming lawmakers and an industry watchdog are saying that America's arms race over artificial intelligence with China is about more than technology and gaining economic advantage. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that this technological race is about which nation's values will guide the rest of the world.
The new Cold War that's going on. Only this time it's America and China, kind of in a race for who's going to develop